fellow time travelers to another journey back into a past that's anything but ordinary. If you enjoy stepping into these immersive stories, remember to tap that like button and subscribe to the channel. And hey, before we begin another journey, I would really love to know which state or country you are listening from and what time it is where you are right now. Let me know in the comments below. Now tell me who should travel next and in what year. Today, we are throwing a young woman, a sports coach, headfirst into the chaotic heart of ancient China. Imagine Xianyang, the bustling capital of the Qin Dynasty, in the year 200 BCE. A sharp, acrid smell burns her nostrils, a mix of cooking fires, damp earth, and something unmistakably animal. She feels the rough, packed dirt beneath her cheek, gritty and cool. A cacophony assaults her ears. The insistent braying of donkeys, the distant clang of metal on metal, and 1,000 indistinguishable voices shouting in a language utterly alien. Her eyes flutter open, dust motes dancing in the hazy sunlight that filters through an unseen gap. This is not her apartment. This is not even her continent, it feels like. Her body, usually so finely tuned, feels a profound disorientation. She is lying in what seems to be a narrow alleyway, flanked by walls of sun-baked mud and rough-hewn wood. The vibrant, breathable fabric of her athletic leggings and training top feels strangely out of place, almost anachronistic against the dull, earthy tones surrounding her. She pushes herself up, every muscle protesting with a vague unease, not from exertion, but from the sheer strangeness of it all. Her gaze sweeps over the scene. People in cores, drab tunics and trousers move with an urgent purpose she does not understand. Their hair is often pulled back in top knots, their faces etched with a ruggedness she has never witnessed outside of historical dramas. She sees heavily muscled men straining under immense loads carried on shoulder poles, their bare chests glistening with sweat. The rhythmic thud of their bare feet on the unforgiving ground echoes the relentless pulse of this foreign city. A wave of nausea washes over her. Her trained mind, accustomed to analyzing biomechanics and optimizing human performance, struggles to process the sheer scale of the physical labor everywhere. She sees what looks like groups of men, perhaps soldiers, moving in formations, their movements stiff and uncoordinated compared to the precision she coaches. Her modern assumptions about efficiency and comfort crumble with each new sight. There is no clean water fountain, no readily available snack bar, no familiar sign to ground her. Just the relentless hum of ancient life, raw and unfiltered. She observes the lean, wiry strength of women carrying baskets, their balance impeccable, a testament to a life of constant physical demand. Her coaching brain automatically assesses their core strength, their endurance, This week is a relentless barrage of new sensations. The rough texture of the hemp garments she is given by a kindly but wary woman who found her. The taste of unfamiliar, bland grains and vegetables. A stark contrast to her varied, protein-rich diet. The constant, gnawing worry of language, of safety, of survival. She realizes that her fitness, her understanding of human physiology, is a universal asset. But without the context of this world, it feels like a secret language no one understands. She is just a stranger in strange clothes, watching, learning, breathing in the dust of an empire. She falls asleep each night, not to the gentle hum of modern appliances, but to the distant cries of night watchmen and the chirping of insects, wondering how a person could ever truly adapt to such a fundamental shift in reality. Begin not with an alarm, but with the clatter and low murmur of the household rising before dawn. The air heavy with the scent of wood smoke and a lingering dampness. Her stomach churns with a persistent, dull ache, a gnawing emptiness that no amount of millet porridge seems to truly satisfy. Her body, once a finely tuned machine, is protesting. She feels an unfamiliar stiffness in her joints, a profound fatigue that sleep barely touches. Her modern understanding of nutrition screams at her. The diet here is almost entirely plant-based, primarily millet and some seasonal greens, with meat a rare luxury. She misses protein. She misses fruits. She misses the sheer variety and caloric density that fueled her active life. This primitive existence is stripping away her reserves, leaving her feeling perpetually undernourished, her muscles feeling less resilient, more prone to aches. She observes the local women, their movements efficient and strong, their bodies lean and accustomed to endless labor. Their resilience fascinates her. She sees them carrying water jars from a communal well, their shoulders square, their gait steady despite the heavy load. Her coaching eye notes their natural, functional strength, born not from structured workouts, but from the relentless demands of survival. Yet, she also sees the signs of wear, the early aging, the stoop in some older backs. Her mind, ever analyzing, wonders about the longevity, the long-term health implications of such a life without modern medical understanding. The lack of personal hygiene facilities also takes its toll. She feels perpetually dusty, perpetually a little grimy, despite the basic washing rituals with cold water she now performs. The constant feeling of being slightly unclean is a subtle, yet pervasive, source of discomfort, adding to the mental burden of her displacement. She sees the lack of sanitation, the open drains, and her modern assumptions about germ theory scream silently. She tries to find clean water, always. She notices the Qin soldiers drilling in a nearby field, their movements clunky, their training rudimentary by her standards. They swing their bronze swords with brute force, lacking the refined technique and strategic conditioning she knows could transform their effectiveness. She watches, her mind whirring with ideas, instinctively breaking down their movements, identifying areas for improvement in agility, endurance, and power. Her professional instinct is bubbling to the surface, but the language barrier remains a colossal wall, isolating her skills. As the week ends, she is acutely aware of the deep, visceral exhaustion settling into her bones. It is a tiredness far beyond anything she has ever experienced in a gym or on a track. It is the fatigue of survival, of a body constantly adapting to scarcity and discomfort. She realizes that mere physical fitness, while helpful, is only one small part of enduring this brutal, unyielding world. Not just from the morning breeze, but from the invisible barrier that separates her from everyone around her. She feels eyes upon her, a constant, prickling sensation on her skin, even when no one appears to be looking directly. A fleeting glance, a quick averted gaze, whispers exchanged behind cupped hands, a silent scrutiny that follows her like a shadow through the dusty, crowded lanes of Xianyang. It is an unnerving shift from the physical discomfort of last week. Now, the discomfort is profoundly social, psychologically isolating. The aroma of fermented beans and the distant smell of horse manure are now inextricably linked to this feeling of being an outsider. Her foreignness is undeniable. Her physical presence alone, her height, the subtle differences in her facial structure, the way she unconsciously holds herself, even in the rough local clothes. She stands out like a solitary pine in a bamboo grove. She attempts to blend in, meticulously observing and mimicking the subtle bows, the respectful distances, the precise ways people negotiate space and hierarchy. Her attempts at communication are agonizingly clumsy, resorting to pointing, to exaggerated gestures, often met with blank stares or polite, confused smiles that offer no real bridge. The frustration of being unable to explain herself, to articulate even the simplest need or question, is a constant, gnawing weight in her chest. Her coach's instinct, which relies so heavily on clear instruction, precise feedback, and empathetic connection, feels utterly useless without a shared vocabulary. She observes the children, their shrill laughter a universal sound. Yet even they pause their games of stick and hoop to watch her pass, their curiosity untainted by the adult wariness. She notices the intricate social hierarchies, the deference shown to specific individuals through posture and subtle hand movements, the way merchants haggle with a precise blend of theatrical aggression and underlying respect. This silent observation becomes her primary mode of learning. Her analytical mind, honed by years of studying human kinetics. Now, dissecting these unwritten rules of interaction, she discerns tension in a tightened jaw, fatigue in a dragging step, even fleeting emotions in the rapid flicker of an eye. She sees the pervasive strictness of Qin law reflected even in the surprisingly orderly flow of the marketplace, in the swift public punishments for minor infractions that occasionally unfold, a stark reminder of the emperor's absolute authority and the legalist philosophy underpinning this society. Her modern assumptions about individualism, free expression, and the importance of personal space clash starkly with the collective, duty-bound atmosphere that permeates every corner of Xianyang. She realizes that her very presence, her undeniable difference, could be seen not just as unusual, but as a potential disruption, a source of suspicion in a regime that valued absolute control and conformity. Her mind races, replaying interactions, searching for any subtle sign of acceptance, or more worryingly, a growing suspicion that could lead to trouble. The threat feels invisible, intangible, yet omnipresent. Her acute understanding of human movement allows her to interpret general moods from posture and gait. But still, the full, nuanced context of their thoughts and intentions remains a closed book. The week ends with a profound, aching sense of isolation, not just from her home time and its comforts, but from the very people who share this present moment with her. The language barrier is not merely an inconvenience. It feels like an impenetrable, soundproof wall, separating her from any true connection, any real understanding of the lives unfolding around her. In the air, a constant reminder of unrelenting labor. She feels the vibration of countless footsteps, a low thrumming beneath her feet as she walks, drawn by a primal curiosity towards the edge of the sprawling city. What she sees dwarfs anything she could have imagined from her history books or documentaries. Massive, towering walls of pounded earth and stone stretch endlessly, reaching towards the hazy sky, dwarfing the tiny figures toiling beneath them. These are not just city defenses. They are monumental statements of power, built with an army of human effort that makes her stomach clench with an unfamiliar dread. Her eyes follow lines of men, backs bent, muscles straining, hauling immense blocks of stone. Their movements are slow, agonizingly repetitive, a relentless, back-breaking dance of endurance. She sees overseers, identified by their slightly better clothing and the short whips they occasionally crack, not always on skin, but as a sharp, authoritative sound. The rhythmic thud of their labor, the grunts of exertion, the low murmur of tired voices. It all forms a symphony of human perseverance and forced will. Her coach's brain, once accustomed to analyzing peak performance and optimal rest cycles, now grapples with the sheer, unsustainable demands placed on these bodies. She can almost feel the strain in their spines, the burning in their muscles, the profound exhaustion etching lines onto young faces. This is not training for sport. This is training for survival, or simply for unwavering obedience to a power far greater than any individual. The vast scale of the emperor's ambition, his desire for absolute control and an enduring legacy, is palpable in every pounded brick, every mound of earth. This isn't just Xian Yang. This is the physical manifestation of the Qin Dynasty, a unified empire built through sheer, often brutal, force. Her modern assumptions about individual rights, personal freedom, and human dignity feel like a childish fantasy here, utterly irrelevant in the face of such overwhelming state power. She watches a small group of laborers, perhaps caught resting too long, being marched away by grim-faced soldiers, their expressions devoid of mercy. There is no appeal, no argument, just the swift, silent, and terrifying enforcement of the law. She feels a chill deeper than the autumn air, a chilling realization that her own life here is utterly insignificant, subject to the whims of an unseen, absolute authority. She understands now that the walls aren't just around the city, they are around everything. Around the thoughts, around the actions, around the very possibility of independent will or freedom. Her trained ability to observe, to analyze, to break down complex systems into manageable parts, now only serves to underscore the terrifying completeness and efficiency of this ancient authoritarian machine. There is no easy escape, no clear path out of the empire's pervasive grip. The sheer density of the population, the number of soldiers, the constant watchfulness, it all confirms a terrifying reality that crushes hope beneath its weight as the sun dips below the horizon, casting long, stark shadows over the immense construction and the ceaseless activity of the city. She feels a profound, chilling certainty settle over her. She is not just in another time. She is trapped within a system so vast and so powerful that her modern mind struggles to comprehend its absolute authority. The sheer, overwhelming weight of an empire presses down on her, leaving her with the stark, sobering realization that true freedom is a concept unknown and unimaginable in this ancient world, accustomed to, a backdrop to the distant clatter of wooden carts on cobblestones. She feels the familiar ache in her muscles, a dull companion now, but her mind is sharper, more focused. This week, her senses are not just receiving, they are actively sifting, dissecting, and interpreting. She is learning to listen not just with her ears, but with her eyes, observing the subtle ballet of survival playing out around her in the ancient streets of Xianyang. Her coach's eye, trained to pick up minute details of posture, gait, and reaction time, is now her primary survival tool. She watches a woman haggle over a handful of dried fish, noting the slight tilt of the head, the quick flick of a hand, the way the merchant's eyes narrow, just so. These are the unspoken sentences of this world, the silent language she is painstakingly beginning to piece together. She sees the deference shown to a passing official, not just in the bow, but in the immediate lowering of gazes, the subtle shifting of bodies to create an unobstructed path. It is a precise choreography of power and submission. Her modern assumptions about directness and assertiveness are constantly being reshaped by this nuanced, non-verbal communication. She quickly learns that standing out, even subtly, can attract unwanted attention. She discovers the rhythm of the city's marketplace. The early morning bustle, the midday lull, the evening surge before the gates close. She learns which stalls offer slightly better quality, which vendors are more approachable, purely through their body language and the reactions of their customers. Her analytical mind identifies patterns, the way people carry bundles on their backs, using specific muscular engagement to minimize strain. The efficient, almost fluid movements of those accustomed to hard labor. She tries to mimic some of these movements herself, testing their efficacy, finding them surprisingly functional for her new, more physically demanding life. She starts to understand the local hand signals for quantities, the universal gestures for yes and no, slowly chipping away at the massive language barrier. She observes the Qin soldiers again, not just their clunky drills, but their interactions with the common people. Their upright, almost rigid posture, the way they carry their bronze weapons with a heavy confidence, a stark contrast to the more fluid, weary movements of the laborers. She notices their sharp, watchful eyes, always scanning, always vigilant. It is a clear demonstration of the constant presence of state authority, a reminder of the emperor's iron grip on every aspect of daily life, even in the smallest of exchanges. This understanding helps her navigate the streets with a new caution, keeping her head down, avoiding direct eye contact with those in uniform. She recognizes the inherent risk of her foreign appearance and the need to blend in, to become as unremarkable as possible. As the week draws to a close, a tiny seed of understanding begins to sprout within her. Survival here is not about brute strength or grand plans. It is about the quiet accumulation of 1,000 small observations, 1,000 tiny adaptations. It is about learning to read the nuances of a gesture, the subtle shift in a stranger's gaze, the unspoken rules of an ancient society. She is learning to move through this alien world with a cautious intelligence, finding a fragile sense of direction in the whispers of the streets, and realizing that sometimes the most powerful survival skill is simply learning to be unseen. The focus is entirely on the rhythmic thud of feet and the strained grunts of the soldiers. This week, she finds herself drawn daily to the edges of the military training grounds outside Xianyang, a silent spectator to the harsh realities of Qin martial discipline. Her coach's eye, a finely honed instrument of observation, meticulously dissects the movements before her. She sees platoons of soldiers, their bodies lean and hardened by relentless labor and basic drills. Yet their form, their mechanics, are often inefficient, even damaging. They march in rigid formations, practice spear thrusts with raw power but poor balance, and swing heavy swords with unnecessary strain on their joints. There is a brutal emphasis on endurance through sheer repetition, pushing bodies to the brink without understanding recovery or proper movement patterns. Her modern assumptions about injury prevention, progressive overload, and specific strength training for combat are a stark contrast to the ancient methods she witnesses. She mentally reconstructs their training, seeing 1,000 small adjustments that could dramatically improve their power, agility, and reduce the risk of debilitating injury. One afternoon, she watches a group of younger recruits struggling with a log-carrying drill, their backs rounded, their steps faltering under the heavy timber. Her professional instinct overrides her caution. Without a word, she steps a little closer, positioning herself where they might see her. She demonstrates a simple, yet profoundly different way to lift, engaging the legs and core, keeping the spine straight, mimicking the natural biomechanics she used to teach. She exaggerates the movement, showing the power originating from the lower body, not the straining back. Her movements are fluid, economical, a stark contrast to their awkward struggling. A few soldiers stare, their expressions a mix of confusion and weary curiosity. One, slightly older, perhaps a junior officer, watches her intently, his brow furrowed. He gestures for a recruit to try her demonstrated form. The young man, hesitant, mimics her. His initial lift is still imperfect, but she sees a subtle shift, a momentary reduction in strain. She repeats her silent demonstration, a subtle tilt of her hand indicating a deeper squat, a slight adjustment to his grip. The soldier tries again, and this time, the heavy log seems to rise with a fraction more ease, his face showing a flicker of surprise. The officer's eyes linger on her, a silent acknowledgement of her unusual display. This small, almost imperceptible interaction sparks something within her. It is not just about survival anymore. It is about purpose. Her skills, so useless in conversation, so out of place in daily life, suddenly feel relevant, vital. The sheer physical output of the Qin army, the relentless demands placed upon its soldiers screams for optimization, for efficiency. Her expertise is no longer an anachronism. It is a potential solution to a deeply practical problem in this brutal, militaristic society. As the week closes, the smell of dust and sweat no longer carries just the weight of ancient labor, but also the faint, exhilarating scent of possibility. She realizes that perhaps, despite the language barrier and the overwhelming culture shock, she might just have found a way to make herself indispensable, not through words, but through the universal language of efficient human movement. It is a terrifying prospect, but also a deeply familiar and strangely comforting one. Right now feels less alien, more a part of her daily existence. She feels the fine dust of the millet coating her skin, the ache in her forearms, a dull companion that signals competence, not exhaustion. Her palms, once smooth from gym equipment handles, now carry a nascent roughness, a testament to the repetitive, unyielding tasks of survival. The air is thick with the scent of wood smoke from the communal hearth and the earthy aroma of cooked grains, no longer just a sensory assault, but the smell of nourishment. Her body, a remarkable machine, is adapting with a primal efficiency. The persistent hunger from previous weeks has settled into a managed state, a constant, low-level reminder to find and consume sustenance, rather than a frantic demand. She has learned to appreciate the simple, earthy taste of steamed millet, finding a quiet satisfaction in its caloric density. Her coach's knowledge of macronutrients and energy expenditure helps her understand why she feels perpetually tired, but also why her body isn't failing. She subconsciously measures her caloric intake, even with the limited options, making sure she eats enough to maintain function rather than thrive. She observes the local women adding foraged greens to their meals, and with careful observation, she begins to identify edible plants herself, seeking out anything to supplement the bland diet, instinctively trying to increase her vitamin intake. She has mastered the art of carrying a water jar from the well, finding the most balanced posture, the most efficient stride, movements that minimize strain on her back and hips. Her early modern training in core stability and functional strength, though applied in a dramatically different context, allows her to move with a surprising, almost innate grace that she once only associated with athletes. The physical demands of Qin daily life are relentless grinding, kneading, hauling, scrubbing. But her body is gradually hardening, becoming more resilient. She feels less frail, more sturdy, her muscles no longer protesting with unfamiliar aches, but responding with a slow, steady strength. She learns to read the subtle shifts in the morning light, telling time not by a clock, but by the angle of the sun and the specific sounds that accompany each part of the day. The first crow of a rooster, the clatter of shutters opening, the distant calls of street vendors. Her modern assumptions about scheduling and precise timing have evaporated, replaced by an organic, fluid rhythm dictated by nature and necessity. She contributes to the household chores, her movements growing more confident, less hesitant. The family who has taken her in, though still wary, now accepts her quiet contributions, a silent acknowledgement that she is becoming less of a burden and more a functional part of their world. She sees their subtle nods of approval, their relaxed shoulders when she efficiently completes a task. As the week ends, a new kind of calm settles over her, not born of comfort, but of a quiet competence. She feels a profound connection to the earth beneath her feet, the food in her bowl, the rhythm of her own breathing. This isn't the life she knew, but it is a life she is learning to live, day by arduous day. She realizes that true adaptation isn't just about survival. It's about finding a rhythm, however primitive, that allows the spirit to persist, even thrive, amidst the most fundamental changes. The comforting scent of human effort. This shared labor, this communal task, feels different from the solitary observations of previous weeks. It carries a subtle current of connection. Her understanding of biomechanics, of leveraging body weight and synchronized movement, becomes a silent language. She instinctively matches her rhythm to the others, pulling in unison, using her legs and core to augment the lift. She observes a slight man struggling with his section of the net, his posture straining. Without a word, she subtly shifts her weight, allowing him a fraction more slack, taking on a little more of the burden. A small, unspoken gesture of support. He glances at her, a brief flash of surprise, then a tiny nod of understanding passes between them. This is not about competition or individual prowess, but about the collective effort, a concept her modern, individualistic training often overlooked. Later, as they sit by a small fire, cleaning the day's catch, the air fills with the quiet crackle of flames and the murmur of low voices. She catches glimpses of simple gestures, a shared smile over a particularly plump fish, a small offering of a baked root handed her way. These are the threads of connection she craves, breaking through the wall of language. She watches a woman trip over an uneven stone, nearly spilling a basket of greens. Her immediate, unthinking reaction is to reach out, to steady the basket. The woman stumbles, rights herself, and then a quick, startled look gives way to a wide, open smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She even lets out a short, melodic laugh, a sound that resonates with unexpected warmth. It's a moment of pure, unadulterated human connection, a sound that transcends millennia. These small acts, these shared burdens, and fleeting moments of genuine amusement begin to chip away at her profound sense of isolation. Her modern assumptions about forming friendships through shared interests and conversation are being rewritten by the primal reality of shared labor and unspoken kindness. She realizes that even within the strictures of Qin society, where individual expression is curtailed and conformity is key, there is still room for genuine human warmth, for a quiet kinship born of necessity and proximity. The ever-present sight of soldiers patrolling nearby, their bronze weapons glinting, provides a stark contrast to these softer moments, reminding her of the rigid world they all inhabit, making these brief connections even more poignant. As the week ends, her hands are calloused, her muscles tired, but a new lightness has settled in her chest. She feels a fragile sense of belonging, a testament to the universal language of human empathy and shared experience. It's a surprising revelation that even in the most rigid of societies, under the watchful eye of an empire, the small, spontaneous acts of kindness and the shared burden of daily life can forge bonds stronger than any spoken word, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the harsh realities of survival. He feels the fine dust kicked up by hundreds of marching feet settle on her exposed skin, a dry caress that carries the scent of exertion and distant iron. Her eyes, still drawn to the training grounds outside Xianyang, no longer see a chaotic mass, but a complex, albeit flawed, system of human movement. Her coach's brain has shifted from basic observation to analytical scrutiny. She watches the Qin soldiers practicing their formations, a key component of their unified military might. They move in rigid blocks, shoulders almost touching, their bronze-tipped spears held at precise angles. The sheer discipline is formidable, a testament to the empire's absolute control. But beneath the impressive uniformity, her eyes spot 1,000 inefficiencies. Footwork is often heavy, lacking agility. Individual soldiers struggle with balance when pivoting, their bodies swaying unnecessarily, creating momentary gaps in the tightly packed ranks. She sees men planting their feet too wide, others too narrow, losing precious milliseconds in transition, making them vulnerable in a dynamic battle situation. Her modern assumptions about speed, precision, and individual maneuverability within a collective unit clash with the brute force and static nature of these ancient drills. She observes a group practicing a defensive shield wall. Their movements are synchronized, but their feet remain largely flat, anchored to the ground. She mentally visualizes the difference if they were trained to shift their weight, to use their toes and heels for quicker lateral adjustments, to absorb and redirect force with greater fluidity. Her own athletic training, with its emphasis on reactive agility and dynamic balance, screams at the missed opportunities. These soldiers are strong, relentlessly conditioned, but they are not efficient asterisk movers in the way she understands it. They spend energy where it's not needed and lack explosive power where it truly counts. One particular soldier, a burly man with a perpetually furrowed brow, consistently struggles with the foot placement during a forward thrust with his spear. His leading foot is always slightly off, causing his body to overcompensate, diminishing the power of his lunge. Day after day, she watches him, his frustration palpable even without a shared language. One afternoon, as the officers are distracted, she positions herself subtly near him. When he struggles, she mirrors his movement, then slowly, deliberately, demonstrates the correct foot placement, pointing to the ground where his lead foot should land, her body conveying the stability and power that comes from proper alignment. She repeats the motion, emphasizing the small, precise shift of weight that precedes the thrust. He watches her, his gaze intense, then tries it. His first attempt is still clumsy, but the flicker of understanding in his eyes is undeniable. He adjusts, tries again. The change is subtle, but noticeable. His thrust gains a fraction more stability, more direct force. Other soldiers nearby glance over, their attention momentarily caught by the unusual silent interaction. This small breakthrough, this silent transfer of knowledge, confirms her growing belief that her skills are not just applicable, but potentially transformative here. As the week ends, the hum of the training ground no longer fills her with just professional critique, but with a burgeoning sense of responsibility. She sees the potential for so much more, for stronger, more resilient soldiers, for a military machine that could be truly formidable. The thought is both exhilarating and terrifying. The acrid smell of sweat, sun-baked earth, and the distant, metallic clang of weapons practice feels almost comforting to her now. A visceral scent that signifies the heart of the Qin military machine. She feels the familiar warmth of the sun on her skin as she walks towards the training grounds, her eyes scanning the formations. The rhythmic pounding of feet, once alien, now carries a resonance she is beginning to understand, a pulse of collective effort and martial discipline. Her coach's gaze finds him almost immediately. The burly soldier from last week, the one whose spear thrust she had silently refined. He is practicing with his unit, and she watches intently as he performs the forward lunge. There it is, the subtle, precise placement of the lead foot, grounding him, allowing a more direct transfer of power through his body and into the spear. His movements are still powerful, but now they carry an added efficiency, a fluidity that wasn't there before. He is visibly less strained, his form more economical. Her modern understanding of force vectors and kinetic chains has silently translated into a tangible improvement. A subtle but significant enhancement in an ancient fighting technique other soldiers in his unit notice. They shift their stances, watching him, then glance at her, then back at him. She catches a few of them attempting to mimic his newly improved footwork, a quiet ripple of imitation spreading through the ranks. Her presence, once met with wary curiosity, now holds a different kind of attention, less about her foreignness and more about the impact of her silent instruction. It's a subtle but profound shift in the energy around her. Her professional self, starved for purpose in this disconnected world, feels a surge of unexpected gratification. Later, as the day's drills begin to wind down, she finds herself walking near the edge of the field, making her way back towards the city. The soldier, still wiping sweat from his brow, is walking in the same direction, a little behind his unit. As he passes her, he doesn't speak. The language barrier remains a formidable wall, but he turns his head, his gaze meeting hers. His face, usually set in a stern, tired expression, softens almost imperceptibly. He executes a small, almost imperceptible nod, a slight dip of his head, his eyes holding a direct, unwavering acknowledgement that conveys gratitude. It's a gesture that speaks volumes, a silent thank you that transcends words and time. That small, simple nod, a gesture of respect and understanding from an ancient warrior, settles deep within her. It's the first true taste of acceptance she has experienced in this harsh, bewildering world. Her modern assumptions about needing verbal affirmation, about needing to explicitly state her value, are utterly overturned. She realizes that competence, when clearly demonstrated and tangibly beneficial, can open doors that words cannot. It is a moment that shifts her perspective, offering a tiny, fragile anchor in the relentless flow of this ancient existence. As the sun dips lower, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple over the imposing walls of Xianyang, she walks with a renewed sense of purpose. The overwhelming isolation hasn't vanished, but it feels less crushing. She understands now that her survival might hinge not on adapting asterisk to this world, but on subtly adapting it to her unique skills. One silent demonstration, one grateful nod at a time. The path ahead is still perilous, but for the first time, she feels a glimmer of belonging, a confirmation that her presence here might not be entirely meaningless. The seeping through the flimsy walls of the temporary shelters, a constant companion to the low rumble of men stirring. This week, she finds herself not just observing from the dusty outskirts, but moving with a tentative familiarity within the very periphery of the military barracks themselves. A world of ordered chaos that pulses with a distinct, demanding rhythm. Her modern understanding of structured environments allows her to quickly grasp the unspoken rules of this new space. She watches the soldiers rise before the sun, their movements practiced and efficient. Despite the cramped conditions, they perform their morning ablutions, a quick splash of cold water, then gather for a simple, quick meal of coarse grains. She notices the hierarchy in their movements, the swift obedience to a corporal's gesture, the immediate clearing of a path for an officer. Her coach's eye, always seeking efficiency, observes how they conserve energy, how they navigate the crowded spaces with an almost unconscious awareness of each other, avoiding collisions with an instinct born of close quarters. This is a different kind of performance, a daily ballet of survival and discipline. She watches them prepare their equipment, the methodical sharpening of bronze spearheads, the careful inspection of leather armor. Her mind, accustomed to understanding the importance of gear maintenance in athletic performance, immediately recognizes the critical nature of these rituals. A dull blade, a weakened strap, could mean life or death in battle. She sees the calloused hands, the scars on their forearms, proof of a life lived on the edge of physical demand. Her modern assumptions about safety protocols and regulated work environments are completely shattered here. Every task carries an inherent risk, every movement a potential injury. One afternoon, she observes a group struggling to hoist a heavy supply tent. They strain, grunt, and fumble with the heavy canvas and poles. Her analytical brain instantly breaks down the process. Poor leverage, misaligned effort, a lack of unified direction. She steps closer, subtly. Without a sound, she positions herself near one struggling soldier, then demonstrates a slight adjustment in grip, a lower stance, a better use of their collective weight to push upwards in unison. She exaggerates a sweeping motion with her hand, encouraging them to synchronize. Several soldiers watch, then hesitantly try her method. The tent pole, after a moment of renewed struggle, begins to rise with noticeably more stability, falling into place with less effort than before. A few men exchange surprised glances, then look at her with a flicker of nascent understanding, a silent appreciation for the unspoken wisdom she brings. The constant sounds of the barracks, the distant shouts of drill sergeants, the clatter of weapons, the low hum of hundreds of men living in close proximity, no longer feel like background noise. They are the pulse of an ancient military, a disciplined heartbeat that now includes her in its rhythm, however peripherally. She finds a strange comfort in this order, this relentless purpose, even amidst its harshness. As the week ends, a subtle shift has occurred within her. The acute feeling of being an alien, an outsider, has begun to recede, replaced by a nascent sense of integration. She realizes that perhaps, in this world where words are meaningless to her, actions, particularly actions that demonstrably improve efficiency and strength, are the most powerful form of communication, gradually building a fragile bridge between her modern knowledge and their ancient reality. The screens, shoulder to shoulder with a line of men, pulling a heavy log across the training ground. The air is thick with the panting of exertion, the grunts of effort, and the pungent aroma of sweat and sun-baked earth. This week, she is not merely observing, she is deeply immersed, her muscles burning in shared purpose, a part of the grueling rhythm, her coach's instinct, refined over years of pushing athletes to their limits, now guides her in this raw, ancient crucible. She senses the precise moment to pull, to brace, to release, instinctively synchronizing her effort with the men beside her. Her understanding of leverage and body mechanics, once theoretical, is now a practical, vital contribution to the collective strength. She sees the strain in the eyes of the soldier opposite her, his breath ragged, and she subtly adjusts her own pull, taking a fraction more of the load, offering unspoken support. He catches her eye, a momentary flicker of recognition, a silent acknowledgement that goes deeper than any spoken word. The ripple effect of her silent instructions from previous weeks is now undeniable. Soldiers, particularly those in the units she frequents, now instinctively look for her subtle cues. When an officer demonstrates a drill, she'll notice a few men glancing her way, searching for her almost imperceptible nod of approval, a slight shake of her head for an adjustment. Her hand gestures, once met with confusion, are now understood. A downward sweep to lower their center of gravity, an upward flick to emphasize an explosive movement, a steady hand to suggest controlled breathing. Her modern assumptions about individual achievement are being reshaped by the undeniable power of collective improvement, where her expertise amplifies the strength of the entire group. During a break in the brutal training, as men collapse onto the dusty ground, she shares a communal water skin, the rough leather cool against her lips. The taste of the plain water, once unremarkable, now feels like a profound refreshment, made sweeter by the shared effort. She watches the soldiers joke with each other, their bodies language expressive, even without understanding their words. She sees the way they lean on each other, literally and figuratively, their shared hardship forging bonds that transcend language and background. These are not just comrades. They are a unit, a family forged in the crucible of military discipline. And she, the silent foreigner, is slowly becoming an integral, albeit unofficial, part of it. The intense physical demands of Qin military life, the constant exposure to elements, the strict hierarchy, still weigh heavily. But within that structure, she has found unexpected connection. The sight of the massive Qin army continually expanding, with thousands of new recruits arriving from newly conquered territories, reminds her of the empire's vast ambitions and the relentless need for peak performance. Her contributions, however small, feel profoundly significant in this context. As the week draws to a close, her muscles ache with a satisfying weariness, a testament to her full participation. She feels a profound connection to these men, a bond forged not through casual conversation, but through the primal language of shared physical struggle and mutual reliance. It is a powerful realization that even across an immense gulf of time and culture, the universal experience of pushing limits, overcoming challenges, and supporting one another creates a bond that is unmistakably, powerfully human, allowing a sense of belonging to finally take root. This week, her senses are not just recording movement, but actively seeking to decode the unseen forces that drive these Qin warriors, to understand the honor, the duty, and the terror that shapes their every action. Her coach's eye, honed by years of analyzing body language and emotional states in athletes, now scrutinizes the soldiers' expressions during grueling drills. She observes not just physical strain, but a deep-seated resolve, an unyielding focus that transcends personal discomfort. There's a certain grim determination in their eyes, a profound commitment to the task that seems to go beyond mere obedience. She sees a soldier falter during a sustained run with full pack, his body screaming. Yet he forces himself forward, his jaw tight, his gaze fixed on the back of the man in front of him. There's no celebration for individual achievement, only the relentless expectation of collective performance and unflinching duty to the state. Her modern assumptions about motivation through self-improvement or personal glory are being profoundly challenged by this ancient warrior code. She watches the interaction between officers and soldiers. Commands are sharp, succinct, and absolute. Disobedience, or even perceived weakness, is met with swift, often brutal correction, a sharp jab with a spear shaft, a harsh word delivered with an unflinching stare. Yet she also sees a subtle pride in their bearing, particularly in the older, more decorated veterans. These are men who have survived countless battles, climbed the rigid military hierarchy, where status and land are awarded based on battlefield merit, often measured by the number of enemy heads taken. The concept of rank by merit is a foundational pillar of the Qin military, and she grasps that their drive for physical superiority is intrinsically linked to this system of brutal reward and unwavering loyalty to the emperor. Her professional mind begins to reframe her understanding of their training. It's not about personal bests. It's about absolute effectiveness in killing and surviving. Her insights into footwork, leverage, and economy of motion, if adopted, could literally mean the difference between earning a higher rank or becoming another forgotten casualty. The stakes are profoundly higher than any championship game she ever coached. She sees men enduring unimaginable pain without complaint, driven by a deep sense of duty and the very real consequences of failure, both for themselves and their families. This intense pressure creates a kind of physical and mental resilience that she has never witnessed before, a hard-won strength forged in the crucible of absolute obedience. The weight of this understanding settles heavily upon her. She is helping to refine a killing machine, improving the efficiency of warriors for an empire built on conquest and absolute control. Her modern ethics, steeped in the value of individual life and human rights, chafe against the brutal practicality of this reality. Yet her skills offer a path to survival, not just for herself, but potentially for these soldiers, making them more resilient, more effective within their own terrifying code. As the week ends, the dust of the parade ground feels less like just dirt and more like the very earth of a different moral universe. She realizes that truly adapting to this time means not just learning its customs, but beginning to understand and even internalize a code of honor and duty that is as alien as it is ancient. A realization that leaves her with a profound, unsettling sense of both purpose and complicity. The fires and the faint murmur of the city settling down, a stark contrast to the relentless heat of the day. She feels the smooth, cool stone of a low wall beneath her fingertips as she sits, watching the sun dip below the horizon. This week, amidst the grueling demands and the stark realities of Qin life, she begins to discover a profound, unexpected beauty in the simple rhythms of a world utterly devoid of modern distractions. A world without screens. Her eyes, once accustomed to the vibrant, artificial glow of digital interfaces, now feast on the rich, unfiltered canvas of the natural world. She watches the sky ignite with fiery oranges, deep purples, and soft pinks, a spectacle more vivid and captivating than any high-definition screen could ever replicate. She notices the intricate patterns of the clouds, the way the light plays on the ancient walls, the subtle dance of shadows lengthening across the dusty ground. Her modern assumptions about entertainment, about constant stimulation, are challenged by the sheer, unadulterated presence of the moment. There's no scrolling, no notifications, no endless stream of information, just the quiet, unhurried unfolding of time. She listens to the sounds of evening, the chirping of crickets growing louder as darkness falls, the distant bleating of goats, the soft laughter of children playing their last games before being called in. Her ears, once bombarded by a cacophony of man-made noise, now distinguish the subtle nuances of nature and human activity. She finds herself simply listening truly hearing the world around her, experiencing a depth of auditory immersion she hasn't known since childhood. The rustle of dry leaves in the wind, the distant call of a bird, the hushed voices of people sharing their day. These are the new soundtracks to her evenings. Her body, though tired from the day's work and the demanding observations at the training grounds, finds a quiet contentment in these moments of sensory richness. The physical aches and mental fatigue that were once overwhelming now seem to recede into the background, replaced by a profound sense of peace. She watches the communal gatherings in the courtyards, families sharing simple meals, older men smoking pipes, and telling stories through gestures and low tones, children chasing each other under the watchful eyes of their elders. There is a deep, uncomplicated joy in these interactions, a connection that doesn't rely on technology or complex external stimuli, but on shared presence. The simple meal she eats, a bowl of millet, some foraged greens, perhaps a dried fish, tastes more profound under the vast, star-strewn sky. She finds herself not just consuming food, but truly savoring each bite, aware of the effort that went into preparing it, the earth that yielded it. Her modern assumptions about convenience and instant gratification slowly dissipate, replaced by a deep appreciation for the fundamental necessities of life. As the week ends, a quiet revelation settles over her. Despite the harshness, the constant threat, the pervasive strictures of Qin life, there is an undeniable, raw beauty in this unmediated existence. She realizes that her modern world, with all its advancements, may have inadvertently traded deep, visceral connection to the present moment for constant, superficial stimulation. Here in 200 BCE, without a screen in sight, she is learning to truly see asterisk, to truly hear asterisk, to truly asterisk be present in a way she hasn't been in years. And in that raw, unfiltered reality, she finds a surprising, almost spiritual sense of quiet joy, a fleeting but precious escape from the overwhelming demands of survival, of the dusty training ground. She feels the warmth of the rising sun on her face, a consistent morning ritual, and the rhythmic thud of countless marching feet no longer evokes disquiet, but a strange, anchoring sense of continuity. This week, as the 40-day mark looms, Xianyang, with all its harshness and rigid strictures, has begun to feel less like a foreign trap and more like home. Her movements through the bustling streets are smoother now, less hesitant. She navigates the throng of bodies with an unconscious grace, anticipating turns, avoiding collisions with an instinct born of weeks of observation and participation. The rough hemp of her clothing, once an irritant, feels like a second skin, The simple taste of millet porridge in the morning is no longer bland, but a source of fundamental sustenance, a comforting start to the day. Her modern assumptions about privacy and personal space have dissolved, replaced by a deep understanding of collective living, where communal effort defines existence. She no longer struggles against the current of Qin life. She moves with it. At the training grounds, her presence is now an established, if unconventional, fixture. The soldiers, especially those in the units she frequently observes, greet her with subtle acknowledgments, a slight dip of the head, a steady gaze, a small shift in their posture that indicates recognition, and a measure of trust. Officers, though still maintaining a cautious distance, no longer dismiss her silent demonstrations. She notices them sometimes subtly imitating her corrections, or directing a struggling recruit to observe her movements, her silent cues for better body alignment, for more efficient force transfer, for improved balance, have become integrated into their drills. A powerful spear thrust, a stable shield stance, a quicker pivot. These small, yet crucial, improvements translate directly into greater effectiveness, a tangible benefit that transcends language. Her coaching skills have found their purpose, not on a brightly lit modern court, but on the sun-baked dust of an ancient battlefield. She has learned a surprising number of common gestures and fragments of language, enough to understand basic directives and common expressions of frustration or satisfaction. The occasional shared, weary smile with a soldier after a particularly grueling drill, the offer of water, a subtle nod of respect from an older woman in the marketplace. These small, repeated interactions have woven a tapestry of belonging, thin but strong, the constant construction of imperial projects, like the Great Wall or Emperor Qin's mausoleum, demanding relentless labor from thousands, is a stark backdrop. But even within this system of overwhelming authority, she has carved out a precarious niche. As the week ends, a quiet, almost unsettling realization settles within her. She misses her old life, of course, the comforts, the connections, the easy understanding, but the ache of that longing has lessened, replaced by a burgeoning sense of presence and purpose in this ancient world. Xianyang's dust, its clamor, its scent of iron and human toil, no longer feels alien. She realizes that home isn't just a place of comfort and familiarity. Sometimes it's a place where you've learned to survive, where your skills find unexpected value, and where, against all odds, you've begun to forge a place for yourself. However strange and demanding that place may be, the overwhelming weight of ancient life still presses down. But now, a subtle sense of rootedness has taken hold, a quiet acceptance of her unexpected reality. She feels an involuntary flinch, a jolt of alarm that cuts through the familiar drone of drills. The dry dust of the earth carries the coppery tang of fresh blood, a smell that instantly electrifies her senses with primal dread. Her eyes snap towards the source, locking onto a scene that will forever sear itself into her memory. A young recruit, no older than herself, lies twisted on the ground, his body contorted at an unnatural angle. A training spear, its tip blunted but still heavy, rests near him. Another soldier stands over him, weapon still raised, his face etched with a mix of shock and fear. The young man clutches his leg, his face pale, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Around him, the other soldiers hesitate for only a moment, their drill officers barking sharp commands to resume practice. There is no immediate rush of medics, no careful assessment, no gentle support to move the injured. Her modern assumptions about first aid, about immediate care and injury management, shatter with brutal force. She watches, horrified, as two fellow recruits, their faces grim, awkwardly drag the injured man to the side of the field, away from the path of the relentless drills. He bites down hard, suppressing cries of agony, his knuckles white. There are no stretchers, no clean bandages, no sympathetic murmurs. An older soldier, perhaps a camp medic, approaches, carrying a small pouch and a grim expression. He kneels, his examination brief and rough. She sees the sharp, involuntary jerk of the young man's head as the medic presses on the injury. His leg is clearly broken, grotesquely angled. Her knowledge of anatomy screams at the damage, at the excruciating pain, at the high risk of infection, or worse, if not properly treated. The sheer indifference to individual suffering, the relentless continuation of the training around the fallen man, sends a cold shiver down her spine. The Qin military's focus on collective strength and unwavering discipline means that one broken body is simply replaced by another. Individual lives are expendable in the pursuit of imperial power and military might. Her subtle corrections, her efforts to optimize movement and prevent injury, suddenly feel tragically inadequate in the face of such a brutal system. She can improve a thrust, refine a stance, but she cannot fundamentally change the archaic, dangerous methods of this war machine. The fragility of life, the precariousness of existence here, is brought home with terrifying clarity. She realizes with a chilling certainty that in this world, injury isn't just a setback. It's often a death sentence, or a life sentence of destitution and abandonment. There is no disability support, no workers' compensation, no safety net. You either perform or you are discarded. The sounds of the ongoing drill, the clang of bronze, the shouts of the officers, now seem to echo with a hollow, menacing tone. As the week ends, a profound weight settles over her. camaraderie, the small triumphs of adaptation, the glimmer of belonging, all recede in the face of this stark, unforgiving brutality. She understands that her modern knowledge, while powerful, is a double-edged sword. It allows her to see the flaws, to imagine improvements, but it also forces her to witness the horrific consequences of their absence, leaving her with a gnawing sense of helplessness and a terrifying awareness of the thin line between survival and oblivion in this ancient, merciless world. An invisible weight clinging to the air. She feels the knot in her stomach, a persistent tightness that has lingered since witnessing the soldier's injury. The distant sounds of ongoing drills, the clatter of bronze, now echo with a chilling reminder of the brutal cost of this ancient training. This week, the what-if whispers of her modern knowledge confront the undeniable cruelty of this ancient world, leaving her with a profound moral dilemma. Her coach's brain, constantly analyzing performance and well-being, is now haunted by the images of the injured recruit. She replays the scene, mentally diagnosing the injury, imagining the clean splints, the pain relief, the structured rehabilitation program that would be standard in her time. She knows exactly how that broken leg could be properly set, how the infection could be prevented, how a young man could, with care, potentially walk without a crippling limp. But here, there are only rough poultices, bone setters who work by feel, and the terrifying likelihood of gangrene or permanent disability. Her modern assumptions about medical care and the value of individual health feel like a cruel, impossible dream in this stark reality. She watches the soldiers with renewed intensity, no longer just looking for efficiency, but for vulnerability. She sees the subtle limps, the guarded movements, the men who favor an arm or a shoulder, quietly nursing chronic injuries that would be grounds for rest and treatment in her world. She recognizes the signs of overtraining, of inadequate recovery, of bodies pushed beyond their limits day after day, without proper nutrition or restorative practices. Her knowledge of anatomy, exercise physiology, and sports medicine becomes a painful burden, revealing the countless preventable injuries, the unnecessary suffering. Every strained grunt, every awkward movement triggers a silent alarm in her mind. The ethical dilemma weighs heavily. Her presence here, her silent interventions, might save a few men from minor injuries, might make a unit slightly more efficient. But what is the cost? Is she simply making a more effective instrument of an empire built on conquest and human sacrifice? Her modern values of protecting life and minimizing harm clash with the very real benefit her skills could bring to these soldiers: immediate survival in battle. She sees the endless lines of conscripted laborers toiling on the emperor's projects, their lives cheap and expendable, and wonders if her interventions truly make a difference or merely serve a brutal system. She experiments subtly with prevention. During water breaks, she silently demonstrates simple stretches she once taught athletes, gentle movements to loosen tight muscles, to improve flexibility. She observes if any soldiers mimic her, if even a small seed of injury prevention can take root in this harsh environment. A few curious glances, a tentative imitation here and there, offer a sliver of hope, a tiny act of quiet rebellion against the brutal norms. As the week ends, the weight of her modern knowledge feels heavier than any burden she has ever carried. She realizes that being a coach in 200 BCE Qin Dynasty is not just about improving performance. It is about navigating an agonizing moral landscape where her every intervention, every shared piece of wisdom, carries profound, unsettling implications. The whispers of what if are no longer just about her own survival, but about the very essence of human compassion and the terrifying power of knowledge in a world that often seems devoid of both. She grapples with the terrifying realization that her greatest asset is also her heaviest moral burden, in her nostrils. She feels the uneven grit of the parade ground beneath her feet, each step echoing the tumultuous debate raging within her, the steady, relentless pounding of marching feet, a sound of order and discipline, now feels like a relentless drumbeat against her own conscience. This week, the battlefield is not outside Zion Yang's walls, but within her own mind, a furious inner battle over the ethical lines of intervention. Her coach's mind, a finely calibrated instrument for optimization, constantly identifies opportunities for improvement that go beyond simple technique. She sees the chronic aches, the signs of early arthritis in young men, the cumulative damage of heavy loads and repetitive, jarring movements without proper conditioning or recovery. Her knowledge of anatomy, sports science, and injury prevention could not only enhance performance, but drastically reduce suffering. She could introduce concepts of active recovery, progressive stretching, perhaps even rudimentary concepts of periodization for training cycles. But every such thought is immediately met with a terrifying question. Should she? Her modern assumptions about the sanctity of individual well-being and the pursuit of optimal health are a luxurious, dangerous ideology in this world. She observes a group of older soldiers, their bodies stiff with old wounds, struggling through basic drills. One man, his shoulder visibly misaligned, winces with every spear thrust. Her hands itch to correct him, to show him a simple exercise that could alleviate some of his pain. But she hesitates. What if she draws too much attention? What if her interventions are seen as a challenge to established methods, or worse, as a form of foreign sorcery? The Qin Empire under its legalist philosophy, values absolute conformity and efficiency above all else. Any perceived deviation, any disruption to the rigid order, could have catastrophic consequences for her. Her initial impulse to help, so ingrained in her profession, is now tempered by a chilling awareness of the severe punishments for perceived transgressions. Her mind flashes back to the injured recruit. If she had intervened more directly, perhaps his leg wouldn't be broken. But what then? Would she be seen as useful or as a dangerous anomaly? Would her actions set off a chain of events, a butterfly effect that could alter history in unforeseen, potentially devastating ways? The enormity of time travelers' ethics, once a theoretical classroom discussion, is now a terrifying, immediate reality. The sight of conscripted men building roads and canals under harsh conditions, their lives utterly controlled by imperial decree, reinforces the terrifying power of the state. Her skills are a potent force, but one that could either uplift or utterly destroy, depending on how it's wielded. She finds herself moving more cautiously than ever at the training grounds, her silent demonstrations more subtle, almost camouflaged within the routine. She focuses on small, almost unnoticeable adjustments, hoping to effect change without triggering alarm. Her modern desire for grand solutions and impactful interventions clashes with the brutal necessity of small, incremental, and most importantly, safe improvements. As the week ends, her internal landscape is a battleground of conflicting impulses. The profound desire to alleviate suffering and improve lives, an instinct born of her profession, wars with the primal drive for self-preservation in this dangerous, unyielding past. She realizes that the true challenge of survival here is not just about physical endurance, but about the agonizing mental burden of choosing when and how to wield knowledge that could reshape a world or simply cost her her life. The answer is not clear, and the weight of that uncertainty is almost unbearable. Red thud thud of hundreds of feet marching in unison, a sound that usually marked the unwavering discipline of the Qin army, now begins to subtly shift in her perception. She feels the warm, coarse dust of the parade ground beneath her sandals, the air thick with the scent of sweat and sun-baked earth. This week, she finds herself not just observing the established cadence, but actively, subtly, attempting to introduce a new rhythm, a different pulse to the ancient drills. Her coach's mind, accustomed to designing dynamic training programs, has grown weary of the monotonous, relentless repetition that characterizes Qin military conditioning. She observes the soldiers performing their basic movements: spear thrusts, shield blocks, marching formations, with impressive endurance, but often with a predictable, almost sluggish tempo. there's a lack of variability, a missed opportunity for explosive power and reactive agility that her modern sensibilities instinctively identify. Her assumption that varied stimuli lead to superior adaptation is a core tenet of her profession, and she sees a chance to apply it cautiously. She begins her intervention with the footwork drills. Instead of the constant, unvarying cadence dictated by the drill sergeants, she starts to subtly demonstrate a slightly altered rhythm during breaks, or when officers are distracted, a quick, explosive step followed by a brief hold, then another rapid movement. She uses her hands to show a slightly different beat, tapping her thigh with a specific rhythm, almost a silent drum beat that suggests a pause, a burst, a pause. Her movements are fluid, economical, designed to convey maximum information with minimum overt action. She aims to introduce the concept of dynamic rest within exertion, a micro-recovery that could improve overall endurance and sharpness. Initially, her subtle cues are met with blank stares or confusion. But gradually, a few soldiers, particularly those she's quietly influenced before, start to pick up on it. She watches them, her eyes keen, as a recruit tries a slightly different cadence during a series of lunges. A quick acceleration followed by a more controlled deceleration. The change is barely perceptible to an untrained eye, but to her, it's a monumental shift. It's a small spark of dynamic movement in a sea of rigid uniformity. She sees a flicker of surprise, a dawning realization in their eyes as they feel the subtle difference in their own bodies. A fraction more stability, a touch more speed. She expands her subtle repertoire. During spear practice, she demonstrates a slightly longer hold at the peak of a thrust, emphasizing isometric strength, then a faster, more controlled retraction. She uses her whole body to convey the feeling of asterisk coiling and uncoiling asterisk, a concept alien to their brute force approach. Her modern assumptions about muscle activation and kinetic energy transfer are being translated into fundamental, non-verbal lessons. The very scale of the Qin army, with its constant intake of new recruits and its need for maximum fighting efficiency, provides fertile ground for these incremental improvements to potentially spread. As the week ends, the sounds of the training ground, while still dominated by the ancient rhythm, now carry a faint, almost imperceptible undertone of something new. A subtle variation in the cadence. She feels a profound sense of satisfaction, tempered by the ever-present awareness of the risks she is taking. She realizes that truly influencing this ancient world isn't about grand declarations or revolutionary change, but about the quiet, persistent power of introducing a new rhythm, one subtle beat at a time, allowing it to ripple through the rigid structure, hoping it will adapt and strengthen without breaking. It is a slow, dangerous dance of influence, where the smallest shift can have the largest, most unpredictable consequence. Asterisk thud. As hundreds of feet strike the earth, she feels the fine dust, a constant presence. But now it mixes with the satisfying sensation of subtle vibrations in the ground, a testament to greater power and coordinated effort. Her eyes, scanning the formations, register a discernible shift, a growing efficiency in the movements of the Qin soldiers that goes beyond mere endurance. Her quiet revolution, she realizes, has truly begun. Her coach's gaze picks up on countless minute details. The spear-wielding units now move with a fraction more agility, their pivots sharper, their thrusts more controlled and powerful. She sees soldiers lifting heavy training logs with less strain, their backs straighter, their core muscles engaged in a way that suggests a more intelligent distribution of weight. The subtle cues she introduced, the precise foot placement, the emphasis on explosive pushes, the controlled retraction of movements, are no longer isolated acts. They are rippling through the ranks, becoming integrated, almost unconsciously, into the standard drills. Her modern assumptions about neuromuscular efficiency and progressive adaptation are proving universally applicable. Even across millennia, she watches a group practicing a complex maneuver involving shield walls and spear advances. Earlier, these movements often felt clunky, disconnected. Now, there's a newfound fluidity, a quicker transition between defensive bracing and aggressive forward momentum. Shoulders are held stronger, steps are swifter, and the overall effect is one of greater cohesion and formidable power. She observes officers, their expressions usually stern, watching these improved movements with a flicker of something akin to approval, perhaps even surprise. They don't know why these changes are happening, but they can undeniably see the results. The strict Qin discipline, far from hindering innovation, is actually absorbing it, incorporating any demonstrable improvement that serves the state's military aims. A soldier, one of the first to pick up on her silent demonstrations, catches her eye after executing a particularly precise sequence. He offers a quick, almost imperceptible dip of his chin, a silent acknowledgement of the shared understanding between them. It's a powerful moment of connection, transcending the language barrier, validating her impact. Her modern identity as a coach, so irrelevant when she first arrived, is now finding profound, tangible expression in this ancient world. She is not just surviving, she is influencing, shaping, subtly altering the very physical fabric of the Qin army. The constant demand for more soldiers, the endless construction and expansion, projects across the empire, underlines the critical need for every individual to perform at their peak. making her silent interventions invaluable. As the week ends, the hum of the training ground resonates with a deep, unsettling satisfaction. Her heart pounds with a mix of triumph and trepidation. She is effectively training soldiers for a ruthless empire, contributing to its military prowess. The moral weight of this reality is ever present, a heavy counterpoint to the quiet thrill of seeing her skills bear fruit. She realizes that her small, almost invisible revolution, born of a need to survive and a professional instinct to improve, is now taking root, subtly making these ancient warriors stronger, swifter, and more effective. It is a profound, unsettling thought that even the smallest, silent intervention in a world so vastly different can become a powerful, undeniable force for change, carrying with it both immense satisfaction and an equally immense, complex moral burden. New meaning. She feels the distinct vibrations of 1,000 men moving in a rhythm that feels subtly different, more dynamic, under her feet. This week, the quiet revolution she ignited in the training ground is no longer just a ripple. It is visibly expanding, echoing beyond the immediate drills and into the broader pulse of the barracks. Her coach's eye, always searching for patterns, now discerns a noticeable shift in the overall energy of the training units. There's a heightened awareness of movement, a subtle increase in reactive speed during simulated combat. She observes units performing warm-up exercises she implicitly suggested weeks ago: dynamic stretches, controlled bodyweight movements that mimic the initial phase of her modern training routines. Her nonverbal cues, once just small adjustments, are now being replicated by junior officers and even drill sergeants, often unknowingly. She watches a sergeant demonstrate a spear thrust, his foot placement precise, his body coiled in a way that distinctly echoes her silent instructions. It's a powerful, almost eerie validation of her influence. Her modern assumptions about the scientific basis of training are being proven true through direct, observable results. Even in this ancient, unscientific context, the barracks themselves feel subtly different. There's a heightened sense of purpose, a visible improvement in the soldiers' physical conditioning. Even beyond their specific combat skills, they carry their loads with more efficient posture. Their marches are more resilient. Their overall endurance seems to have improved. This general physical improvement, a direct consequence of more effective training principles, has a trickle-down effect on their daily lives. Less energy is wasted, less strain is endured, meaning more vitality for the long, arduous days of service to the empire. The immense scale of the Qin military, with its tens of thousands of soldiers, means that even small improvements, when multiplied across the entire force, result in a significant enhancement of its formidable power. She walks through the outer sections of the barracks, now recognized by many of the common soldiers, with a nod or a brief, respectful glance. She sees the men performing their daily tasks, hauling supplies, cleaning weapons, with a subtle increase in efficiency, their movements a fraction smoother, their stances more grounded. It's not just about the drills. It's about a foundational shift in how these warriors use their bodies, a quiet revolution in their physical literacy. Her knowledge of functional movement, once a niche skill, is translating into tangible benefits for these men, making their lives, however brutal, marginally more sustainable, more effective. The soundscape of the barracks has changed too. There's a greater precision in the synchronized movements, a stronger rhythm to the collective effort. The shouts of drill sergeants, while still stern, seem to be directing movements that are now more responsive, more refined. The sheer, overwhelming power of the Qin military, built on the strength of its individual soldiers, feels amplified by these incremental improvements. As the week ends, a chilling realization settles over her. Her intervention, initially a desperate act of survival, has evolved into something far more significant. She is not just a silent observer. She is an active, undeniable force shaping the physical capabilities of an entire ancient army. The ripples of her influence extend far beyond the training ground, subtly altering the very efficiency and power of the Qin military machine. This brings with it a profound, unsettling weight of responsibility, the tinged with a new tension. She feels the fine grit on her clothes, a subtle weight, but it's the intense, unwavering gaze of a new presence that truly captivates her senses. This week, the quiet improvements she's nurtured within the Qin army have attracted the attention of someone far more powerful. And with it, the power dynamics around her are shifting in a significant, unpredictable way. Her coach's eye, sharp as ever, is fixated on the figure who has appeared on the observation platform. He is an officer of higher rank, his armor more ornate, his posture radiating authority, his face a mask of stern intelligence. He observes the drills with an almost predatory focus, his gaze sweeping over the formations, pausing, lingering. She watches him, sensing his keen awareness of every subtle change in the soldier's performance. Her modern assumptions about invisible leadership and data-driven results are suddenly irrelevant. Here, power resides in direct, unwavering observation and an instinct for effectiveness. He watches a unit perform a series of spear thrusts and shield maneuvers, the very movements she has been subtly refining for weeks. She sees him narrow his eyes, then slowly, almost imperceptibly, nod. He then turns his head, his gaze cutting directly across the training ground, past the drill sergeants, past the common soldiers and settles on her. The directness of his stare is like a physical blow, stripping away her carefully cultivated anonymity. It's not hostile, not curious in the casual way of the common people, but analytical, assessing, a potent force of quiet interrogation. A junior officer approaches her, his gestures respectful but firm, indicating that she should approach the platform. Her heart quickens, a primal drumbeat against her ribs. This is it, the moment she both anticipated and dreaded. She walks towards the platform, her movements outwardly calm, but her mind racing. Every step feels charged with significance. As she stands before the commander, he doesn't speak, but his eyes continue their intense assessment. He gestures towards the training soldiers, then back to her. A clear, unspoken question. What is this unforeseen strength, and how do you relate to it? She instinctively responds not with words, but with a series of precise, economical gestures. She mirrors a soldier's improved footwork, then indicates the ground, showing the stability. She demonstrates a more efficient spear thrust, emphasizing the power from the core. She points to a unit moving with new fluidity, then uses a hand gesture to convey efficiency and strength. Her coach's instinct, her professional language of movement, is her only means of communication. The commander watches, his expression unreadable, but a faint, almost imperceptible flicker in his eyes suggests understanding, perhaps even intrigue. The air around her thickens with unspoken meaning. Her modern skills, once a secret advantage, are now exposed, recognized by a powerful figure in this ancient military hierarchy. The precarious balance of her existence is suddenly disrupted. The constant struggle for the Qin Empire to maintain its vast borders and control its newly unified territories means that any advantage, any new source of strength, would be valued above all else and thoroughly scrutinized. As the week ends, a new sense of both peril and possibility settles within her. She is no longer just an anonymous observer. She is seen, and her unique abilities are understood, however imperfectly. The commander's gaze, though silent, carries the weight of a monumental decision. She realizes that her quiet revolution has reached a critical juncture, and the question is no longer if asterisk her modern wisdom will intervene in ancient ways, but how it will be officially integrated, and at what personal cost. The beneath her sandals, but today each step feels heavier, charged with the tangible results of her silent efforts and the unsettling weight of heightened observation. This week, her heart swells with a quiet professional pride, even as a cold current of fear trickles through her at the very success she has engineered. Her coach's eye, no longer merely observing, now confirms it. The units she has subtly influenced exhibit a striking increase in performance. Soldiers move with a newfound agility, their transitions between maneuvers smoother, their spear thrusts carrying more precise power. She watches a line of archers, their bodies more stable during release, their movements demonstrating improved core strength and balance. Subtle shifts she introduced weeks ago, the improved strength in their shoulders, the swifter steps, the enhanced endurance. It is all undeniable. Her modern understanding of biomechanics and progressive overload, transplanted into this ancient setting, is yielding profound, visible results. A deep, quiet satisfaction settles within her, the professional triumph of seeing her methods elevate human potential. But this very success casts a long shadow. The high-ranking commander, the same one who first noticed her, is a more frequent presence on the observation platform. His gaze, once merely assessing, is now deeply scrutinizing, carrying an undeniable demand for continued improvement, for asterisk more. She senses the shift in the drill sergeants. Some now overtly mimic her subtle hand gestures, demonstrating her techniques to their recruits with an unexpected seriousness, a silent acknowledgement of her effectiveness. Others, older, more entrenched in the traditional ways, watch her with narrowed eyes, their body language conveying a mix of suspicion and barely concealed resentment. Her modern assumptions about innovation being universally welcomed are colliding with the fierce traditionalism and rigid hierarchy of the Qin military, where change, however beneficial, can be perceived as a threat. The weight of this innovation feels almost physical. Her mind races, replaying the injured soldier's face. She is making these warriors stronger, more efficient instruments of the Empire's will, a formidable military machine dedicated to conquest and absolute control. Her modern ethics, which value individual well-being and peaceful resolution, grapple with the undeniable reality that her contributions could lead to more effective battles, more bloodshed, more lives irrevocably altered by the Qin's expansion. This is the unwanted change, the terrifying consequence of her professional triumph. She catches a soldier attempting a stretch she demonstrated, wincing slightly. She approaches him, her movements cautious, and subtly adjusts his posture, alleviating some of the strain. He looks at her, a brief, surprised flicker in his eyes, then a small nod of understanding. These small, direct acts of aid feel like a lifeline to her own humanity, amidst the impersonal machinery of the Empire. As the week ends, the dust of the training ground feels heavy with both the pride of her impact and the chilling fear of its implications. She realizes that her unique knowledge, while ensuring her survival, has also thrust upon her a profound, almost unbearable responsibility. She is not just a coach anymore. She is an unwitting architect of change in a powerful, brutal empire. And the tension between her personal ethics and the undeniable utility of her skills is becoming an agonizing, inescapable burden. The all is now mingled with a growing, subtle scent of suspicion, an invisible current in the bustling lanes of Xianyang. Her coach's eye, a finely tuned instrument for reading human signals, is now constantly alert to the subtle cues of trust and mistrust. She observes the soldiers at the training grounds. The immediate, almost instinctive adoption of her improved techniques has brought undeniable benefits. A unit moves with swifter steps, holds its shields with stronger shoulders, and executes spear thrusts with greater precision. This efficiency, this unforeseen strength, is visible to everyone, particularly the higher-ranking officers. But the source of this improvement, the asterisk, how asterisk, and why asterisk, remains an enigma. Her silent demonstrations, once seen as curious, are now viewed with a different light, tinged with a questioning curiosity that borders on apprehension. She catches the eyes of soldiers she's directly helped. Some offer a quick, almost conspiratorial nod, a sign of their continued appreciation, but also a new wariness. Their expressions are less openly grateful, more guarded, as if aware that their connection to her might now be a point of observation for others. Their unspoken loyalty feels like a fragile shield against the growing suspicion from other quarters. Her modern assumption that demonstrable results inherently build trust is proving naive. Here, results without a clear, traditional origin can breed doubt and fear. Among the older, more traditional drill sergeants and minor officers, she senses a palpable resentment. Their glares are colder, their gestures dismissive. She overhears, or rather, interprets from body language and tone clusters of men talking, their glances occasionally flicking towards her. They point to the improved soldiers, then at her, their movements conveying confusion and suspicion. This isn't just about preserving old ways. It's about perceived challenges to authority, to established methods, to a system that prizes rigid control. Her existence, her unique knowledge, is a secret that makes her both valuable and dangerously vulnerable. Even in the quiet household that has offered her refuge, she feels a subtle shift. The family's matriarch, usually accepting of her silent contributions, now watches her with a more frequent, troubled expression. Her modern privacy is non-existent. Any unusual behavior, any perceived secrecy, would be immediately noted. The sheer scale of imperial surveillance in Qin society, where neighbors were encouraged to report on neighbors, means that being an anomaly, a secret, is a constant, terrifying risk. The success of her quiet revolution at the barracks has, ironically, made her more exposed, less safe. As the week ends, the weight of her unspoken knowledge feels like a leaden cloak. She understands that the trust she has tentatively built with some soldiers is a fragile thing, easily shattered by the deeper currents of fear and suspicion that permeate this rigidly controlled society. She realizes that secrets, even those that bring strength, can become a heavy burden, making her a target for those who seek to understand or eliminate what they cannot control. The sands of trust are indeed shifting, leaving her feeling exposed, standing precariously between burgeoning alliances and gathering shadows. The to accept the heavy, undeniable burden of her modern impact on this ancient world. Her coach's mind is no longer wrestling with ethical debates about intervention. It is now fully engaged in the practicalities of implementation. She sees the improvements in the soldiers, the enhanced endurance, the more powerful strikes, the reduced fatigue, and understands that her presence here has a quantifiable impact. Her choices are no longer just about survival, but about responsible action. She embraces the role she has inadvertently carved out for herself, accepting that her knowledge, however dangerous, is now a part of this time. Her modern assumptions about the clear separation between past and present have collapsed. The two are now irrevocably intertwined through her actions. She begins to move with a new, quiet authority around the training grounds. When a soldier falters, she doesn't just offer a subtle correction. She moves closer, her posture radiating confidence. Her hand gestures more deliberate, more overt. She demonstrates full sequences, integrating her improved footwork, core engagement, and dynamic recovery movements into coherent, flowing forms. She physically guides a struggling recruit, placing his feet, adjusting his posture, her touch firm and knowledgeable, her confidence, born of professional expertise, begins to break through the residual wariness of the soldiers, and, more importantly, the cautious scrutiny of the officers. She notices the high-ranking commander observing from the platform more frequently, his gaze still intense, but now holding a hint of something that might be expectation. He even makes a subtle gesture towards her, indicating a unit that is struggling, a silent directive for her to intervene. It's a terrifying yet exhilarating validation. Her methods are no longer just a curious anomaly. They are becoming a recognized, if still unspoken, asset to the Qin military. Her internal conflict about aiding a brutal empire still simmers, but it is now subsumed by a professional drive and a pragmatic acceptance of her role. Her focus shifts from the abstract morality of what if to the concrete reality of how to. The drill sergeants, once resentful, now watch her with a different kind of intensity. Some approach her, gesturing at a problem, seeking her silent counsel. She responds with precise movements, showing, not telling, offering solutions that are immediately understood and often immediately adopted. She recognizes the inherent risk in this increased visibility, the danger of being too useful, too unique. But the alternative, to hide her skills, to let these men suffer preventable injuries and fight less effectively, feels like a betrayal of her core identity as a coach. As the week ends, a profound, unshakable calm settles within her. The cacophony of internal debate has quieted, replaced by a resolute sense of purpose. She realizes that she is no longer just an ordinary person transported to the past. She is a catalyst, a silent architect of military transformation. The dust of Xianyang, the metallic clang of bronze, the relentless demands of the Qin Dynasty no longer feel like external forces to be endured. They are the fabric of her new reality, a reality she is now actively, consciously, shaping with every movement, every unspoken lesson. The burden of her influence is immense, but she is finally, fiercely, ready to bear it. Of her adapted existence, the rhythmic sounds of the household stirring around her, the creak of wood, the murmur of voices, feel less like background noise and more like the comforting heartbeat of a place she now calls home. In a way she never expected, her coach's heart, once solely focused on optimizing physical performance, now registers a different kind of rhythm, the subtle pulse of human connection. She moves through the routines of the day, helping with grinding grain, sweeping the courtyard, preparing simple meals. Her hands, calloused and strong, perform these tasks with an efficiency born of practice, but also with a quiet understanding of shared purpose. She catches the eye of the family matriarch, a woman whose stern features have softened over weeks, and receives a small, almost imperceptible smile, a gesture that speaks volumes, conveying acceptance, perhaps even affection. Her modern assumptions about forming intimate bonds through shared interests and articulate conversation are profoundly reshaped by these silent, deeply felt exchanges of care and labor. At the training grounds, her presence is no longer just tolerated, it's quietly sought. Soldiers she's influenced offer a fleeting grin, a discreet nod, or even a subtle positioning near her during breaks, as if drawing comfort or seeking unspoken guidance. She watches them, not just for form and technique, but for the subtle shifts in their expressions, the shared weariness, the momentary flicker of a jest passing between comrades. When a soldier demonstrates a new, more efficient movement she implicitly taught, he often glances her way, his posture radiating a quiet pride, a shared triumph in their silent collaboration. Her ability to foster a sense of collective improvement, a team spirit, is finding its footing, not through pep talks, but through the universal language of physical effort and demonstrable results. During a shared meal after a particularly arduous day of drills, she observes the soldiers, They eat quickly, efficiently, but there's also a communal feeling, a quiet solidarity in their shared hunger and exhaustion. One of the younger recruits, clumsy with his chopsticks, drops a piece of millet. Another soldier, the burly one whose spear thrust she helped refine, lets out a low, gruff chuckle, and without a word, nudges a stray grain towards him with his own chopstick. It's a small, fleeting moment, but it speaks of camaraderie, of mutual support. She sees these glimpses of raw, unadulterated human connection, forged in the crucible of military discipline and shared hardship. Her modern self, conditioned to seek grand gestures, finds profound meaning in these quiet acts. The harshness of Qin life, the strictures, the overwhelming control of the empire, still weigh heavily. But within that immense structure, she has found unexpected pockets of warmth and belonging. These aren't the friendships of her old life, built on shared experiences and deep conversations, but a different kind of bond, forged in silence, trust, and mutual respect for survival and competence. The site of new imperial road construction pushing further into distant territories, a testament to the empire's relentless expansion, reminds her of the grand, impersonal forces at play. But paradoxically, it also highlights the resilience and enduring spirit of the human connections she is now experiencing. As the week ends, her heart, once frantic and isolated, now pulses with a new, steady rhythm. She feels a profound, almost primal connection to the dust of history, to the lives unfolding around her. It's a surprising realization of her athletic wear. This week, the vibrant, demanding present of Qin Dynasty Xianyang continues its relentless pull. But the whispers of her modern past, though fading, still linger, creating a subtle tension between two disparate worlds. Her coach's mind finds itself less frequently drifting to hypothetical scenarios from her old life. The immediate, tangible needs of the present, the next meal, the day's tasks, the soldier's training, command her full attention. She observes the Qin soldiers with even greater acuity. Their improved form and endurance no longer just a source of professional satisfaction, but a direct reflection of her ongoing impact. The familiar rhythm of their drills, the clang of bronze, the shouts of the officers, these sounds are now deeply ingrained, a part of her subconscious soundscape. Her modern assumptions about her identity, once so firmly rooted in her previous life, are steadily being rewritten by her daily actions and growing effectiveness here. Yet in quiet moments, particularly as dusk settles and the communal fires flicker, a fleeting image of her old world might surface. The bright lights of a stadium, the distinct smell of freshly cut grass on a playing field, the cheerful banter of her athletes, the ease of instant communication. These memories, once vivid and painful, are now softer, hazier, like old photographs. The emotional sting has dulled, replaced by a quiet sense of distance, a profound understanding that life, those connections, are now impossibly far away. The sheer effort of recalling specific details, the names of friends, the layout of her apartment, requires a conscious, almost painful retrieval. She finds herself thinking less in abstract English terms and more in the immediate, sensory language of her Qin existence, the precise feel of a tool in her hand, the specific hunger in her gut, the nuanced expressions on the faces around her. Her interactions with the family who took her in are deeper, more intuitive. She can now interpret many of their gestures, the inflection in their voices, understanding their needs, and expressing her own through a growing repertoire of hand signals and basic sounds. The silence of the language barrier remains, but it feels less oppressive, more like a shared understanding that transcends words. The high-ranking commander, a consistent presence, continues to observe her, his gaze carrying an unspoken command for her continued influence, his subtle nods of acknowledgement, directed not just at the improved soldiers, but at her asterisk, indicate a deepening, albeit wordless, integration into the military structure. She is an accepted, valued anomaly, her unusual skills now firmly woven into the fabric of their training. The Empire's relentless focus on strength and expansion means her knowledge is too valuable to ignore, ensuring her place, for now. As the week ends, a profound sense of duality settles over her. She is irrevocably changed, her modern memories fading like old dreams, while the vivid, demanding present of ancient China asserts its undeniable reality. She realizes that the human mind, in its incredible capacity for adaptation, gradually sheds what is no longer relevant for survival. Even cherished memories, the pull of two worlds, once a painful tear, is slowly becoming a complex, interwoven tapestry, where the vibrancy of the present now holds a far stronger, more immediate claim on her existence. She is learning to live wholly in the now, a powerful and strangely liberating, albeit unsettling, transformation. She feels the solid thud of hundreds of feet, but now each beat seems to resonate with a collective strength she helped forge. This week, she stands witness to the unmistakable, tangible impact of her dedication, seeing a legacy of improved performance taking root in the very sinews of the Qin army. Her coach's eye, now operating with a profound intuition, observes units moving with a precision and power that was unimaginable just months ago. She sees lines of soldiers execute complex maneuvers with a seamless fluidity, their bodies working in coordinated unison, their endurance visibly extended. the subtle changes she introduced, the dynamic warm-ups, the precise footwork, the emphasis on core engagement, the periodic shifts in rhythm, are now deeply embedded in their training. She watches a unit of spearmen engage in mock combat, their movements swift, economical, and brutally effective. This isn't just about individual improvement, it's about a fundamental transformation in collective military efficiency. Her modern assumptions about the scientific principles of training are not merely theories here. They are becoming the very practice that defines this ancient fighting force. The high-ranking commander, a figure of formidable authority, now regards her with an unreadable but distinctly different gaze. It's no longer just assessment, it's an acknowledgement of expertise, a silent recognition of her unique contribution. He occasionally directs drill sergeants to observe her silent demonstrations more closely, or to have their units specifically emulate the improved techniques. The drill sergeants themselves, once resistant or wary, now actively facilitate her interventions. They gesture for soldiers to watch her, sometimes even attempting to replicate her precise movements themselves, their faces holding a new openness to her unspoken lessons. Her place within the military structure, once precarious, is solidifying, not through decree, but through undeniable, measurable results. The sheer scale of the Qin Dynasty's ambition, manifested in its vast construction projects and its relentless military expansion, means that every ounce of increased efficiency and strength in its army is a critical asset. Her methods, which reduce injury and improve combat effectiveness, are silently bolstering the Empire's power, helping it maintain control over its newly unified and often rebellious territories. This tangible impact, this legacy forged in sweat and discipline, fills her with a complex mix of professional pride and a chilling awareness of the far-reaching consequences. She finds herself moving among the soldiers with a deep, almost maternal sense of investment. She sees not just warriors, but individuals whose lives are being made marginally safer, their bodies less prone to catastrophic injury, their chances of survival in battle potentially increased by the silent lessons she imparts. This personal connection, this human element, provides a powerful counterpoint to the moral complexities of aiding a brutal empire. As the week ends, a profound sense of rootedness settles within her. She realizes that she is no longer merely a survivor in the Qin Dynasty. She is an active participant, a silent architect of change, leaving an indelible mark on this ancient world. The dust of Xianyang, the bronze weapons, the endless training, these are not just her surroundings, but the canvas upon which her dedication is painting a new, stronger reality for these soldiers. This legacy, though born of an accidental journey through time, is now undeniably hers. a testament to the enduring power of skill, dedication, and the human spirit to adapt and influence, even across the vast chasm of history. It feels like it's becoming a part of her, settling into the very fibers of her being. She feels the warmth of the sun, the familiar rough ground beneath her feet, and the sounds of the city, the distant clang of the smithy, the murmur of voices, the braying of donkeys, now form an intricate, natural symphony to her ears. This week, an undeniable truth settles deep within her. The soil of Xianyang has become a part of her, and she a part of it. The roots of her existence here are growing deep. Her coach's body, once a vessel for modern fitness, is now perfectly attuned to the demands of this ancient life. She carries water jars with an effortless grace, her core strong, her balance impeccable. She grinds grain with a rhythmic efficiency, her calloused hands moving with practiced ease. The taste of plain millet, the crispness of foraged greens, these are no longer simply sustenance. They are the flavors of her survival, deeply satisfying. Her modern assumptions about convenience and luxury have long faded, replaced by a profound appreciation for the fundamental necessities and the sheer resilience of her own adapted form. She moves through the city with an almost unconscious confidence, her stride matching the pace of the locals, her senses anticipating the ebb and flow of the crowded lanes. At the training grounds, her role is now fully integrated. She moves freely among the soldiers, her silent corrections anticipated, her demonstrations watched with an almost eager attention. Officers now consult her, not with words, but with gestures, pointing to units, indicating problems, seeking her unspoken guidance, her modern knowledge of periodization, of structuring training for optimal gains and injury prevention, translates into subtle shifts in the daily regimen, more varied drills, emphasis on specific muscle groups, the incorporation of dynamic stretches. She's silently shown the soldiers are not just stronger and swifter, they are also exhibiting fewer minor injuries, a testament to her preventative techniques. Her contributions are no longer just about improving performance. They are about preserving the fighting strength and well-being of the Qin army, a vital role in this brutal empire. The family who gave her shelter now treats her not as a guest, but as one of their own. They share their meager meals, their quiet concerns, their rare moments of laughter. The matriarch offers her a freshly baked flatbread, her eyes holding a warmth that transcends any language barrier. These are the deep, simple connections that have anchored her, weaving her into the communal fabric of Qin life. Her modern concepts of individualism have been entirely superseded by a profound understanding of community, of mutual dependence, of the quiet strength found in shared existence. The vastness of the Qin Empire, its relentless building projects and military campaigns, are no longer just historical facts. They are the living, breathing backdrop of her daily reality. She sees the men conscripted for labor, the soldiers marching off to distant frontiers, and feels a deep, complicated connection to their shared fate under the stern hand of the first emperor. She is not just an observer of history. She is living it, breathing it, irrevocably changed by it. As the week ends, the vibrant present of Xianyang utterly engulfs her. The fading whispers of her modern life are now almost entirely silent, like distant echoes from a forgotten dream. She realizes that she is no longer a visitor to this past, but a living, breathing part of it. The soil of Xianyang has indeed become a part of her, and her roots here are now too deep to easily sever. It is a profound, almost spiritual transformation, a quiet acceptance of her new identity forged in the dust and discipline of ancient China. The chill morning air carries the familiar scent of wood smoke and damp earth, a smell that no longer feels ancient or foreign, but simply like asterisk morning asterisk. She feels the rough ground beneath her feet, solid and dependable. The sounds of Xianyang waking up, the murmur of human activity, the distant calls of vendors. These are now the natural, unquestioned soundtrack to her existence. This week, a quiet, profound realization settles upon her. This demanding, ancient world is no longer just a place of temporary survival. It is, unequivocally, her new and permanent home. Her coach's future, once filled with career goals and modern aspirations, is now defined by the rising sun and the daily rhythms of Qin Dynasty life. She no longer looks for a way back, no longer dreams of her old apartment or friends. Those memories, once painful anchors, are now ethereal, distant wisps, replaced by the vivid, tangible reality of her present. She moves with a confident purpose, her body hardened and efficient, her mind sharp and entirely focused on the immediate. Her modern assumptions about the linearity of time, about a fixed future, have completely dissolved. Her future is here, now, in 200 BCE. At the training grounds, her role is fully established, woven into the very fabric of the Qin military's conditioning. She walks among the platoons, her silent demonstrations leading to a visible enhancement of their strength, endurance, and agility. The high-ranking commander, her initial scrutinizer, now often grants her an almost imperceptible nod of satisfaction as he observes the improved performance of his troops. Her methods, once an anomaly, are becoming institutionalized, quietly integrated into the standard training regimens. Junior officers and drill sergeants, having witnessed the tangible benefits, are not just mimicking her, they are actively seeking her silent input, guiding her towards specific units that need help, creating a fluid, unspoken partnership. Her contribution is no longer just about individual soldiers. It is about the sustained, optimized performance of an entire military force, a vital asset to the empire. In the household that shelters her, she is truly family. The shared labor, the simple meals, the quiet companionship, these are the threads that have bound her to this life. The matriarch teaches her subtle points of local custom, not with words, but with gentle corrections in posture or gesture, signs of full acceptance. She understands that her life is intertwined with theirs, her well-being connected to the community, her deepest human needs for belonging and purpose, once unfulfilled in her isolated modern existence, are now met in this unexpected, demanding past. The vastness and unwavering control of the Qin Empire, a backdrop she once found terrifying, now feels like a constant, if austere, certainty. The immense projects, the Great Wall, the growing network of roads, are no longer just historical facts. They are the physical landscape of her life, the tangible evidence of the world she inhabits. She sees her place within this grand, relentless machinery, not as a helpless pawn, but as a specialized gear, essential to its function. As the week ends, a profound sense of peace, hard-won and deeply felt, settles over her. The turmoil of displacement, the agony of lost connection, the ethical dilemmas, these have all been processed, absorbed, and transcended. She realizes, with a quiet certainty, that she has built a new life, a new identity, and a new future here, brick by silent brick, lesson by unspoken lesson. The realization isn't joyful in a modern sense, but it is deeply grounding. She is no longer waiting to go home. She is already home. Her future is here, entwined with the dust and destiny of ancient Xianyang, a realization that transforms her from a lost soul into a purposeful participant in the unfolding tapestry of history. This week, the carefully constructed veil of her identity, her silent presence, feels fragile, threatening to tear and expose the profound secret she carries. Her coach's senses, always alert, register a distinct shift in the atmosphere at the training grounds. The usual focused intensity of the drills is overlaid with a new kind of scrutiny, directed not just at the soldier's performance, but at asterisk, her asterisk. She feels eyes following her, not with curiosity or appreciation, but with an unsettling analytical precision. The high-ranking commander, a consistent presence, now watches her with an unwavering intensity that feels less like observation and more like interrogation. His posture is rigid, his expression unreadable, but the weight of his gaze is palpable, a silent demand for answers. One afternoon, as she subtly corrects a soldier's stance, a group of officers approaches her, led by a stern-faced figure she hasn't seen before, an aide to the commander perhaps. He carries himself with an air of cold authority. He doesn't speak, but he gestures, first to the improved soldiers, then to her. Then he places a hand over his own mouth and makes a questioning motion, then points to her. The message is clear, even without words. Where do these methods come from? Who are you? Her modern assumptions about direct questioning and clear communication are useless here. The implied threat in his silence, the starkness of his gestures, is terrifying. She responds with deliberate, measured movements, trying to convey a universal truth. That good form simply asterisk is asterisk good form. She mimes observing a flaw, then correcting it, emphasizing the natural efficiency of the human body. She gestures to the earth, to the sky, trying to imply that this knowledge is simply inherent, observed from the natural world, rather than learned in another time. Her heart pounds, a frantic drumbeat against her ribs. Every gesture, every subtle shift in her posture is a desperate attempt to defend her unspoken secret, to keep the fragile veil intact. The Qin Empire, known for its deep suspicion of anything foreign or unexplained, would not take kindly to a powerful, unknown source of influence within its military. She notices the reactions of the soldiers she's influenced. Some glance her way, their expressions a mix of concern and loyalty, a silent plea for her safety. Others, particularly those still wary of her, watch with a chilling detachment, their faces revealing a renewed suspicion. The precarious balance of her acceptance, so hard won, feels like it's teetering on the edge of a precipice. Her modern reliance on rational explanation and objective truth is utterly useless when confronting a system that prizes absolute control and uniformity, where anything unexplained can be deemed dangerous. As the week ends, the weight of her identity, her very presence, feels like a volatile secret on the verge of explosion. The quiet certainty of her new home is shattered by the chilling realization that her precarious existence here is entirely dependent on maintaining an elaborate, fragile deception. The fear, once dulled by adaptation, returns with a primal intensity. She knows that the commander's questions, though silent, demand answers, and that the continued opacity of her origins could soon shift from an asset to an unforgivable liability, tearing apart the very fabric of her hard-won life. The frown seems to cling to her skin with an icy chill, despite the warming sun. She feels the rhythmic thud of hundreds of feet, but today that sound is underscored by a profound, chilling silence that radiates from the observation platform. The metallic tang of bronze and sweat, usually a potent mix of effort and purpose, now tastes faintly of accusation in the crisp morning air. This week, the very pinnacle of Qin power, the emperor's gaze itself, feels like it has fallen upon her, and her unusual, silently imparted training, her coach's senses, operating at a heightened pitch, immediately register the new presence on the platform. The high-ranking commander, a figure of formidable authority, is no longer alone. He is flanked by several men in rich, dark silks, their faces stern and unreadable, their posture exuding an authority that surpasses even the military leadership. They hold small wooden tablets and styluses, their movements precise and deliberate as they observe the drills, then cast their unwavering gazes upon her. These are imperial agents, scribes perhaps, or high-level officials, and their presence makes the air crackle with an unspoken threat. Her modern assumptions about transparent leadership and open inquiry vanish, replaced by a visceral understanding of absolute, unquestioning control. She watches as a unit performs a complex maneuver, a rapid advance and spear thrust that now incorporates her perfected footwork and dynamic core engagement. The movements are undeniably more efficient, more powerful. The commander nods almost imperceptibly, then gestures to one of the silk-clad officials, who makes a swift notation on his tablet. Then slowly, the commander's hand rises, and with a precise, almost imperious sweep, he gestures for her to approach. The order is silent, but utterly undeniable. As she walks towards the platform, her steps measured, her heart pounds with a frantic urgency. She stands before them, a lone figure in coarse hemp before an assembly of imperial power. The officials scrutinize her, their eyes cold, analytical, as if dissecting her very being. The commander, his gaze more intense than ever, gestures towards the soldiers, then back to her, then makes a broad, encompassing gesture that seems to ask, "What is this? What is its origin?" Her previous attempts to convey natural biomechanics, universal principles, now feel desperately inadequate. The Qin Empire, obsessed with uniformity, control, and the suppression of anything foreign or unexplained, would not differentiate between beneficial innovation and dangerous sorcery. The emperor's pervasive paranoia, his desire to unify all thought and action under his sole decree, makes her unique knowledge a terrifying liability. She tries to respond, her hands moving in a precise, fluid demonstration of a correct body movement, indicating the ground, the natural efficiency of it, but their expressions remain impassive, unyielding. She feels the unspoken demand for an explanation, an origin, a asterisk name asterisk for her methods. a name she cannot provide without revealing an impossible truth. The soldiers she has influenced, now performing with new strength, offer no comfort. Their faces are rigidly focused on their drills, carefully avoiding any interaction with her, as if recognizing the severe danger now surrounding her. As the week ends, the weight of the Emperor's unseen but profoundly felt gaze crushes down upon her. She realizes that her very success, her ability to make the Qin army stronger, has paradoxically made her a prime target for suspicion. She is not just an outsider anymore. She is an anomaly, a breach in the carefully constructed order of the empire. And in a regime built on absolute control and unwavering loyalty, the most terrifying secret of all is to simply exist outside its understanding, making her an unforgivable puzzle in the eyes of imperial power. The chill of the early morning air feels sharper, carrying a distinct tang of apprehension, along with the familiar dust and bronze. She feels the coarse fabric of her tunic, now a thin defense against the penetrating scrutiny that emanates from every shadow. The rhythmic thud of soldiers' feet no longer feels unifying. Instead, it echoes with a new, profound tension, a subtle shifting of loyalties that permeates the very ground she walks on. This week, the heat of imperial suspicion has become a crucible, testing every fragile bond she has forged and revealing the true nature of friends and foes alike. Her coach's heightened senses are on constant alert. At the training grounds, the presence of the imperial officials is now a constant, chilling reminder of her exposed position. They watch her, watch the soldiers, and then watch the reactions to her. The drills continue, but an underlying tremor of unease runs through the ranks. The enhanced performance of the units, once a source of pride, now feels like a spotlight, dangerously illuminating her influence. Her modern assumption that competence speaks for itself is brutally challenged by a system where loyalty and unquestioning adherence to tradition are paramount. She observes the soldiers she has directly helped, the ones who once offered grateful nods and shared smiles. Now many avoid her gaze, their expressions carefully neutral, their bodies rigid with fear of association. A few, however, subtly try to offer small, almost imperceptible acts of solidarity, a quick, furtive glance of concern, a momentary hesitation in their drill movements as if to convey caution. The burly soldier, whose spear thrust she refined, stands a little closer than necessary during a break, his body a silent, defensive presence. These are small, dangerous acts of loyalty, a testament to the personal connections she has forged, now tested by the crushing weight of imperial scrutiny. The faces of the older drill sergeants and traditional officers, once merely resentful, are now a mask of veiled triumph. Their glances towards her are sharper, their body language conveying a satisfaction that her anomalous presence is finally being questioned, contained. They speak in low tones, their gestures often pointing to her, then to the imperial officials, their words likely painting her as a dangerous, foreign influence, an outsider threatening the established order. This is the ancient political game, played out in whispers and suspicious glances, with her life as the unwitting prize. Even within the household that offers her shelter, the atmosphere is taut. The matriarch moves with a quiet, anxious energy, her eyes frequently turning towards the city gates, a silent worry etched on her face. The children, usually playful, cling closer to their elders, their innocent curiosity replaced by a subdued wariness. Her modern concept of a safe haven, a private sphere, is non-existent. The reach of the Qin emperor's surveillance is absolute, and suspicion casts a long shadow over every household. As the week ends, a profound, chilling clarity settles over her. She understands that her life hangs by a thread contingent not on her skills, but on the shifting sands of imperial favor and the loyalty or betrayal of those around her. The crucible of scrutiny has indeed tested all bonds, stripping away pretense and revealing the stark reality of who truly stands with her, and who views her as an expendable pawn in the grand, ruthless game of the Qin Dynasty. The quiet hum of the city now feels like a ticking clock, counting down the moments until her fate, forged in ancient dust and modern wisdom, is irrevocably sealed. The now feels suffocating, thick with a desperate urgency. She feels the coarse fabric of her tunic clinging to her skin, each thread a sharp reminder of the noose tightening around her. The rhythmic clamor of Xianyang, once a vibrant pulse, now echoes with a relentless, terrifying inevitability. This week, the crucible of imperial scrutiny has reached a terrifying new depth, forcing her to confront an unbearable choice, sacrificing the truth of her identity to protect a cherished, innocent life. Her coach's senses, hyper-alert, pick up on the subtle, chilling shift within the household. The matriarch, her face usually a stoic mask, is now visibly distressed, her movements jerky, her eyes darting towards the door with a profound anxiety. The children, sensing the tension, are subdued, clinging to their mother. She understands, without words, that the imperial scrutiny has reached them. Her existence, her unexplained presence, has made her adopted family a target, their loyalty to the empire questioned, their very lives now hanging in the precarious balance. Her modern assumptions about individual responsibility are shattered. Here, guilt by association is a terrifying, absolute truth. She watches as a group of stern-faced officials, the same ones who accompanied the commander, enter the humble courtyard. They don't speak directly to her, but their gestures are clear, chillingly precise. They question the matriarch, their hands moving with cold authority, demanding answers about the foreign woman, about her origins, about the inexplicable knowledge she possesses. The matriarch, her voice trembling, responds with a series of frantic, pleading gestures, trying to explain, to defend. But the officials are unmoved, their expressions unwavering, their judgment already clear in their cold, analytical stares. One official points a rigid finger at the youngest child, a tiny boy who has just started to walk, his eyes wide with fear. The gesture is undeniable, a silent threat that cuts through her like a blade. In that moment, the abstract ethical dilemmas, the philosophical debates about altering history, vanish completely. All that remains is a primal, overwhelming instinct to protect this innocent life, to shield them from the terrifying consequences of her presence. Her identity as a coach, her modern knowledge, her entire truth, suddenly feels utterly secondary to the urgent, desperate need to ensure their safety. She steps forward, her movements deliberate, drawing the full attention of the officials. She points to herself, then to the fields, to the soldiers, then mimes the simple, observable truths of natural movement, of strong bodies. She performs a series of precise, fundamental exercises, movements that look inherently ancient, organic, trying to convey that her knowledge is simply an observation of universal principles, not some foreign magic or dangerous secret. It's a desperate act of deception, a calculated lie, designed to appease their suspicions and redirect their terrifying gaze from her family. Her modern self, which valued honesty and authenticity, feels a profound wrench, but the alternative is unthinkable. As the week ends, a crushing weight settles over her, a profound sadness that intertwines with a fierce resolve. She realizes that the deepest act of adaptation, the most profound immersion, is not just about mastering the language or the customs, but about being willing to sacrifice her very truth, her very identity, to protect those who, against all odds, have come to love her. The decision is made, the unbearable choice taken. Her unspoken secret, her true origin, must be buried forever, lost in the dust of history. If it means her adopted family can breathe freely under the ruthless, unforgiving gaze of the Qin emperor, the price of her survival and theirs is the complete erasure of who she once was, a profound sense of resolution. She feels the dry, packed earth beneath her sandals, not as a foreign landscape, but as the solid ground of her own making. The rhythmic thud of the soldiers' feet, once a source of apprehension, now resonates with a powerful, almost personal beat. This week, forged in the crucible of fear and sacrifice, A new identity has fully taken hold. She is the Qin coach, and this is her unwavering purpose. Her coach's gaze, sharp and unwavering, directs a platoon of soldiers through a series of complex, dynamic movements. These are not merely her subtle corrections anymore. They are now fully integrated training sequences, combining her modern biomechanical insights with the brutal practicality of ancient combat. She moves among them with an authority that is not spoken, but embodied. A confident posture, precise hand gestures, a focused intensity that demands attention and respect. The soldiers respond with immediate obedience, their movements fluid and powerful, a testament to her profound influence. Her old identity, the modern sports coach, has been entirely subsumed by this new, ancient role, transforming her professional knowledge into an essential, recognized skill within the Qin military. The high-ranking commander, a silent, imposing figure, watches from the platform. His gaze, once scrutinizing, is now one of cool satisfaction. The imperial officials, their faces still impassive, no longer question her. They observe, make notes, and relay her instructions to other units. Her explanation that her methods were simply observations of natural, universal human efficiency has, for now, been accepted. The threat has receded, replaced by an unsettling, almost chilling acceptance of her as a useful tool of the empire. Her willingness to sacrifice her truth, to embed her identity in the ancient world, has solidified her position, making her indispensable. She watches the soldiers she has personally influenced, seeing not just improved warriors, but individuals who carry a quiet respect for her. The burly soldier, her first silent student, executes a spear block with powerful precision, then catches her eye, his expression a momentary blend of acknowledgement and a deeper, unspoken understanding. These are the threads of connection that ground her, offering a human counterpoint to the moral complexities of her role. She is making these men stronger, more resilient, increasing their chances of survival in a world defined by constant conflict. Her life within the household has also settled into a new, quiet rhythm. The matriarch, her face now free of visible anxiety, goes about her tasks with renewed calm, her gestures towards her adopted daughter warm and trusting. The children, oblivious to the recent danger, play in the courtyard, their laughter a comforting sound, a constant reminder of the life she chose to protect. Her modern concepts of happiness and fulfillment have been redefined by this austere, communal existence, where purpose and belonging are found in the most fundamental acts of contribution and care. As the week ends, a profound sense of unwavering determination solidifies within her. She is no longer just adapting. She is actively shaping her destiny within this ancient reality. The fear of being a stranger, a lost soul, has been replaced by the fierce, unshakable confidence of a woman who has found her place, however unexpected. She is the Qin coach, an integral part of this formidable empire. Her modern knowledge, now a silent, powerful force in a world she once thought impossible. The dust and din of Xianyang no longer define her. She defines her own purpose within them, her new identity fully and fiercely embraced. A testament to the indomitable spirit of human adaptation, the remarkable arc of her journey, from profound disbelief to an undeniable, fierce devotion to her life in ancient Xianyang. Her coach's mind, once a repository of modern sports science, is now a living archive of ancient training adaptations. She watches a unit perform a rigorous, coordinated series of movements, spear thrusts, shield advancements, defensive stances, all imbued with the dynamic efficiency she introduced. It's a testament to months of silent dedication. The soldiers move not just with strength, but with a honed intelligence of their bodies, a physical literacy she helped awaken. Her professional pride swells, a deeply rooted satisfaction in seeing her skills contribute so tangibly to the strength and resilience of these men. Her modern identity has been completely reforged here into something essential and profoundly valued. She catches a glimpse of her reflection in a polished bronze shield, a lean, strong face, sun-weathered and resolute, with eyes that have seen too much to ever be truly young again. The stranger in the modern clothes from week 1 is a ghost, an echo from an impossibly distant past. She no longer struggles to recall details from her old life. Those fragments, when they surface, are like faded sepia photographs, lacking the vibrant, visceral reality of her present. The yearning for home has been replaced by the profound understanding that this asterisk is home, a harsh, demanding, but deeply meaningful existence. Her initial disbelief, the shock of displacement, has transformed into a profound acceptance, a fierce commitment. Her influence extends beyond the training ground. She sees the families of soldiers, some of whom she's indirectly helped keep healthier, offering her quiet gestures of respect in the marketplace. The matriarch of her adopted household now simply folds her into the rhythm of their lives, her quiet confidence mirroring her own. The constant demands of the Qin Empire, its vast construction projects, and its relentless military campaigns are no longer just an oppressive backdrop. They are the context in which her skills find their critical application, the canvas for her devotion. The weight of this devotion is immense, entwined with the moral complexities of aiding a conquering power. Yet her focus remains on the individual men, making them stronger, more resilient, and improving their chances of survival in a brutal world. This personal connection This deep investment in their asterisk well-being is the heart of her devotion, a powerful human anchor in the grand, ruthless machinery of history. As the week ends, a profound, unshakable sense of purpose solidifies within her. The journey from utter disbelief to this deeply felt devotion has been arduous, a relentless forging of a new self. She realizes that her unique path, though accidental, has led her to a place where her skills are not just valued, but vital. She is not simply living asterisk in asterisk history. She is asterisk making it. One stronger soldier, one more efficient movement, one enduring human connection at a time. This devotion, born of necessity and tempered by profound experience, is now the unwavering core of her existence, tying her inextricably to the dust, the bronze, and the relentless pulse of ancient Xianyang. The cool morning breeze, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant cooking fires, now wraps around her like a familiar, comforting embrace. She feels the coarse fabric of her tunic, not as a disguise, but as the natural skin of her existence. The rhythmic sounds of Xianyang awakening, the low hum of life, no longer a backdrop, but the very heartbeat she listens to. This week, the bonds she has forged, subtle yet profound, deepen further, weaving her fate inextricably into the fabric of this ancient world, embracing a future that is undeniably theirs. And now, hers, her coach's hand, calloused and strong, guides a young recruit through a complex set of dynamic stretches, ensuring his posture is correct, his muscles engaged. She communicates entirely through touch, through gesture, through the shared language of physical effort. The recruit responds with implicit trust, his body adapting to her guidance, his movements becoming more fluid, more powerful. The transformation of these soldiers, their enhanced resilience and efficiency, is a living testament to her dedication, a legacy etched not in stone, but in muscle and bone. Her professional purpose, once so modern, is now fully intertwined with the ancient art of war, making her an invaluable asset, not just for her skills, but for her quiet, unwavering commitment. She moves through the training ground, her presence acknowledged by subtle nods from officers, respectful glances from soldiers. She sees the burly soldier, her first student, now acting as a de facto assistant, subtly mimicking her corrections for younger recruits, his gaze often seeking her approval. It's a profound, unspoken partnership, a deep trust forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. This is not just about survival anymore. It's about building, about shaping, about investing herself fully into the collective strength of these men. Back in the household, the matriarch offers her a steaming bowl of millet, her hand briefly, gently touching her arm. The gesture is small, but it speaks of a deep, familial affection, a bond that transcends words and time. The children, no longer wary, tug at her tunic, inviting her to their simple games, their innocent laughter a precious balm to her soul. She understands that she is not just an inhabitant of this house. She is a daughter, a sister, a guardian. Her modern assumptions about individual journeys have been replaced by a profound understanding of interconnectedness, of shared destinies. The vast ambition of the Qin Empire, its relentless drive for unity and expansion, serves as a powerful, immutable backdrop to her deeply personal journey. She sees the men building roads, the soldiers preparing for campaigns, and recognizes her own contribution to this immense historical endeavor. Her moral compass, once spinning with dilemmas, now points towards the tangible good she can do for individuals within this formidable system, making their lives more sustainable, their bodies stronger. As the week ends, a serene certainty settles within her. The distinction between her past and present has blurred into insignificance. She is no longer looking back, no longer wrestling with what might have been. Her identity is firmly rooted here, in the dust and dynamism of ancient Xianyang. She has not just found a place, she has created one, woven into the very fabric of this powerful empire, connected by threads of respect, trust, and love. Her future is here, entwined with the fates of these people, these soldiers, this ancient land. It is a profound, almost spiritual embrace of a life entirely unforeseen, but now utterly her own. A physical anchor to her existence, the myriad sounds of the city, the distant clang of metal, the rhythmic chant of laborers, the murmur of 1,000 lives, no longer feel like a cacophony, but a vibrant, intricate symphony of her daily reality. This week, a profound and quiet peace settles over her as she fully accepts her destiny, finding an unexpected serenity in the heart of the ancient past. Her coach's body moves with an innate grace and efficiency, every action deliberate, every movement purposeful. She walks among the training units, her presence a familiar and respected sight, her silent corrections instantly understood and integrated. The soldiers she guides respond with a focused intensity, their bodies honed and resilient, embodying the principles of strength and fluidity she has imparted. She observes their improved endurance, their reduced fatigue, their enhanced combat effectiveness, and knows, with a quiet certainty, that her legacy here is tangible, real, and profoundly impactful. Her modern understanding of human potential has found its ultimate expression in this ancient, demanding world. The high-ranking commander, a figure of formidable authority, now watches her with an almost imperceptible hint of approval in his stern gaze. The imperial officials, once suspicious, now simply observe, documenting the continuous, measurable improvement in military performance. Her unique methods, once an anomaly, are now an integral, institutionalized part of the Qin army's training, a testament to her silent, persistent influence. Her position, once precarious, is now secure, built on the undeniable value of her expertise. In the household that is her family, she finds deep connection. The matriarch smiles with a warmth that transcends words, her hand gently resting on her arm during meals, a silent acknowledgement of shared life and unwavering belonging. The children, their laughter echoing through the courtyard, chase each other with a carefree joy, secure in their world. She watches them, a deep, protective love swelling within her, a profound connection to these innocent lives that she chose to protect, that now define her. Her modern concepts of family and community have been completely redefined, replaced by this raw, visceral bond of shared existence. The relentless ambition of the Qin Empire, its grand projects, and its unwavering pursuit of power, is now simply the overarching structure of her world. She has found her purpose within this immense historical drama, contributing her unique skills to its immense machinery, knowing that her actions, however small, have consequences that ripple through time. She is no longer fighting her displacement. She has embraced it. As the week ends, a quiet, almost spiritual contentment fills her. The frantic search for a way back, the yearning for her old life, the torment of being lost in time, all have faded into a distant, hazy memory. She is no longer an exile, no longer a stranger. She is a woman of Qin, an integral part of its fabric, her destiny inextricably linked to this ancient land, the soil of Xianyang, the very earth beneath her feet, has become more than just ground. It is the foundation of her new life, a testament to the human spirit's extraordinary capacity for adaptation, resilience, and finding profound peace in the most unexpected of pasts. She is undeniably home, the heat of bronze, and the sharp scent of exertion. Now feels like the very aroma of her enduring legacy. She feels the distinct, well-worn texture of the pounded earth beneath her feet, a testament to countless hours of shared effort. The rhythmic thud of thousands of soldiers, moving with a strength and precision that were once absent, now reverberates with the undeniable echo of her influence, leaving enduring footprints in the ancient sands of Qin. Her coach's eye sweeps across the vast expanse of the training fields. Units execute complex battle maneuvers with a fluidity and power that speak of months of dedicated, intelligent training. She sees the subtle yet profound shift in their collective physique. Shoulders are broader, postures more upright, movements more economical. The principles of dynamic stretching, core stability, and efficient biomechanics that she silently introduced are no longer anomalies. They are ingrained, passed down from seasoned veterans to fresh recruits. Her initial disbelief at her displacement has long since transformed into a deep, unwavering devotion to her purpose, a professional commitment to optimizing human performance that transcends the vast chasm of time. Her modern techniques, once foreign, are now woven into the very fabric of ancient military doctrine, a quiet revolution that has made the Qin army undeniably stronger. The high-ranking commander, a figure of formidable authority, now consistently grants her a silent, respectful nod when their paths cross. Imperial officials continue to observe, but their scrutiny has evolved into a methodical process of documenting and disseminating her effective, if unnamed, training methods across other garrisons. She is no longer just a unique asset. She is an invaluable, permanent fixture, a recognized source of enhanced military power for the empire. Her life, once precariously balanced on a thread of secrets, is now firmly rooted in her indispensable role. Her modern assumptions about the fragility of individual impact utterly overturned by the sheer scale of her influence. She moves among the soldiers, her body language radiating confidence and expertise. The men, even those in distant units, recognize her, some offering a discreet nod, others a weary but respectful dip of their heads. The burly soldier, her earliest, most devoted student, now commands his own small unit, and she watches with a surge of professional pride as he meticulously guides his men, subtly incorporating her teachings into his own instruction. The impact on individual lives, the reduction of preventable injuries, the enhanced chances of survival in a brutal world. These are the profound personal victories that fuel her dedication, balancing the moral complexities of aiding a conquering empire. In the household that is her home, the matriarch now looks at her with the deep, unwavering love of a mother, her presence a comforting, constant anchor. The children, grown a little taller, brighter, cling to her, their innocent affection a powerful reminder of the choice she made, the life she protected. Her existence is deeply intertwined with theirs, a testament to the enduring human need for connection and belonging. As the week ends, a profound sense of completion, tinged with the vastness of time, settles over her. She realizes that her journey, an accidental stumble through history, has led her to forge an enduring legacy, not just in the immediate effectiveness of an army, but in the subtle, generational transfer of knowledge. Her footprints, once hesitant, are now deeply imprinted in the ancient sands of Qin, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a modern coach who found her truest purpose, not in her own time, but in the heart of a demanding, ancient world. She is no longer just a transient visitor. She is a vital, indelible part of history, forever woven into its unfolding tapestry, part of her own breathing. A vital pulse, she feels the fine, gritty dust of the training ground, not as something to be endured, but as the very soil of her life, anchoring her firmly to this time and place. The sounds of Xianyang awakening, the murmur of voices, the braying of donkeys, the disciplined thud of marching feet. These are no longer background noise, but the intricate, cherished symphony of her existence. This week marks the culmination of her journey, 40 weeks in the past, and she stands as the Qin Dynasty's coach, rooted in today, ready for tomorrow. Her coach's body moves with an effortless grace, her every action imbued with a quiet confidence and profound purpose. She leads a unit through a complex series of dynamic exercises, her movements a living blueprint of efficiency and strength. The soldiers respond with an immediate, almost instinctive synchronicity, their bodies honed, their endurance visibly enhanced, their combat readiness elevated to a degree unimaginable months ago. Her methods, once subtle corrections, are now foundational tenets of their training, seamlessly integrated into the Qin military doctrine. She watches them, a deep professional satisfaction swelling within her, knowing that her modern understanding of biomechanics and physiology has fundamentally reshaped the physical capabilities of this ancient army. She is no longer just observing history. She is actively, powerfully shaping it. The high-ranking commander, a figure of formidable authority, now regards her with an unwavering respect. His silent nods a powerful validation of her invaluable contribution. The imperial officials, once suspicious, now meticulously document and disseminate her training protocols across various garrisons, recognizing her as an indispensable architect of military excellence. Her place, once a precarious anomaly, is now undeniably secure, built on the tangible, measurable strength she has imparted. Her modern assumptions about her personal career path have dissolved into the vast, demanding landscape of the Qin Empire, a future she now embraces with a fierce, quiet resolve. In the household that is her family, she finds profound, unwavering connection. The matriarch, her face etched with a lifetime of hardship, but now softened with a deep affection, shares simple meals and quiet moments, their bond transcending the need for words. The children, vibrant and growing, chase each other in the courtyard, their laughter a constant reminder of the precious lives she chose to protect. She is no longer an outsider, no longer a temporary guest. She is daughter, sister, an essential thread in the tapestry of their lives. Her modern concepts of belonging redefined by this intimate, communal existence. The vast ambition of the Qin Empire its relentless drive for unity, its monumental construction projects, the ceaseless demand for soldiers. These are the immutable realities of her world. She sees the long lines of conscripted laborers, the soldiers marching off to distant campaigns, and understands her integral role within this colossal machinery. The moral dilemmas of aiding a conquering power have been reconciled by the tangible improvements she brings to individual lives, making these men stronger, more resilient, and giving them a marginally better chance of survival in a brutal era. She has accepted her destiny, found her peace, and chosen her purpose within this ancient world. As the 40th week ends, a profound, unshakable sense of rootedness permeates her very being. The frantic struggle for survival, the aching loneliness for a lost time, the persistent questions of what if, all have faded into the distant echoes of a former life. She is not simply enduring.